Okay, the meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held in person at the Waialoa Church Hall. Oh, yeah, Waialoa Church Hall, thank you. 535 Waine'e Street, Lahaina, Hawaii 96761, and virtually via interactive conference technology. I'm William Milo Jr., Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission today. And today's date is Tuesday, September the 20th. The time is now 9:52 a.m. Leah, would please call the roll.
Commissioner Wu,
Here.
Commissioner Helm is excused, Commissioner Kalekini is excused, Commissioner Kofu,
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o,
Here.
Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Here.
Chair Ida.
Here.
6 members present, we have a quorum.
Public testifiers, both in the audience and in the virtual setting, the ability to testify before the meeting, or the ability to testify before or during each presentation of each agenda item is available to you. We will be asking before taking the vote for public testimony on anything that is before us. Commissioners, I must remind you to keep your cameras on. And Patty, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Aloha Maui. Mr. Chair, and I remiss that I missed the yesterday approval of the agenda. And I just wanted to note for Tuesday's agenda that we consider when we plan our agenda, the general agenda for the J for our beneficiaries to speak. I recommend that it be above the executive session. It's very important that we are here to listen to our beneficiaries on the J agenda. For the past month of June, July, and August, your agenda was put as the J agenda and the executive session below. I truly feel that it is important that this agenda is made for the commissioners to hear the concerns of our beneficiaries. And in the future, planning the agenda, this can be modified for our beneficiaries. And thank you for your time. Aloha.
Thank you, Patty. Because of the new OIP administrative rules, there is the opportunity for testimony during each agenda item. The executive session on this sheet is something that is part of the agenda, but there is flexibility in the time, because oftentimes we have to rely on expert witnesses to be available to address us in executive session. So we will try to get to the J agenda as quickly as we can. However, we are not removing the opportunity for anyone to testify on each agenda item. And so they have their opportunity to present their thoughts to us. The J agenda, we will try to get to that as soon as we can. And that's another opportunity to present thoughts that are not pertaining to the agenda, so to speak. So I hear and take into consideration what you're saying, and we'll
Thank
do
you,
our
Mr.
best to be flexible. Okay? Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aloha.
Okay, so we have carryover items G8 and G5. The commission will recess around noon for 30 minutes. I think today the exec session is about 11:30, right? We'll convene to hold the executive session and to have lunch and then come back into the open session. All right, good morning. So we'll start with public testimony, and I have I'm looking for Blossom because she signed up for public testimony. We'll give her a second. Somebody's gonna look for her outside. Yesterday. Okay. That was yesterday. No, but. Good morning, Blossom. Oh, okay. All right, I understand that you're running between our commission meeting and CWRM commission meeting, so thank you.
But I think I have time with CWM. They have like 75 testifiers in front of me.
All right.
So good morning, mahalo, commissioners. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify on two specific items, right? So it's H1 and H2, and then again, G5, even though it's for information only, would like to make comments. So I'm asking the commission to support items H1 and H2 as submitted. It's as you know, every biennium year, we come before the commission, review the budget along with you to ensure that we know what to expect. And it helps to give us our marching orders from the beneficiary perspective to go ahead and start the conversation with our legislators on our items. Right? So we're looking forward to that. This election year has been very interesting with the reapportionment, and we see there's going to be a lot of new faces at the legislature. And so it's really important that we have documents in hand that we can go and speak to these people and garnering support for our budget. So mahalo much for that opportunity. I do want to commend Rodney. He does a wonderful job every year on the budget. So yeah, if we could do that. And then again, my request yesterday was if I could provide testimony on the item when it comes up, item G5 for the Kumian homesteading. Other than that, once again, mahalo commissioners for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Bob.
And I'm so happy you guys are in my hand.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So go back and advocate for DHHL at the CWRM. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify in the audience on any agenda item we're picking up today? Is there anyone in the virtual room? So go ahead, Bo Kahui.
Well, good morning. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
And in any event, I have wanted to speak to several items on the agenda. First, the H1. When I did the review of the budget on H1, and looking at the requests, we were a little bit, at least in my estimation. And by the way, let me point out that for the record, my name is Bo Kahui, and I'm the director and treasurer for the Laiopō Community Development Corporation. We were established in 2009. Our mission is to provide and assist the villages of Laiopō for social, economic, energy development, housing development in the villages of Laiopō. So that is our purpose. And having said that, I think one of the things that we have been working on for years in my capacity as the executive director for Laiopō 2020, and now the director for LCDC, we see that there are funding both from the recent legislative process under Act 279, I believe. And then, of course, now the request for the specific funding and the detailed budget. I'm a little bit unsure, confused. Are these monies that are requesting are from the general fund or funds that are being used to identify the expenditures for Act 279? So while it doesn't say it, it does specifically say that this is for operating for purposes 1, 2, 3, 8, 4, and then also for and under those purposes, administrative and operating costs under purpose 4, and then under purpose 1, 2, and 3, lot development and CIP, and the request for CIP funding.
Okay, well, I will answer your question. So the sufficient sums budget that is being discussed here today does not include the Act 279 funding. It's for future budget requests that the legislature and the governor will be considering. The governor in a couple of months, and then the legislature in the next legislative session. So the proposed spend plan and that deals with the Act 279, that was passed by the commission last month. And so
Yeah.
that's in a separate line item. I'm sure that it is up on our website, and if it's not, we'll make sure that it gets there. We're trying to keep the two separate so that it's not as confusing. But the fact that we're running, a separate budget for 279 and our regular budget process is confusing for some people, but we're trying to keep it as simple as possible.
I thank you for that response, because some of the line items for the Laiopua region and capital improvement reflect maybe the 279 budget, and which was confusing for me. Specifically, $2 million set aside for the North Kono exploratory well in your current fiscal budget requests of $2 million. So under Act 279, you also have an additional 279 to spend within that same period for North Kono water development. So hence the question.
Okay, well, thank you, Bo. I mean, you as well as staff recognize the need for additional water resources in Kona, and that's reflective of the additional ask that
Thank you so much.
in spite of what we plan to do with some of the 279 money, there is additional needs that for future water development for future projects. So that's what that reflects.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I had hoped that the North Kono wall, for 600 lots, excuse me here, the year 2025 would have had an allocation in 24, because as you know, we're already in lot development for Akau 2, and I'm not sure whether there's sufficient funding now to complete the infrastructure for Hema. And so I wonder if there is an allocation in the fiscal year 24, because even though it's maybe a year and a half away, there should be some allocation of funding for that, unless of course it's already encumbered. And so I make that for the record, just so that I had a little concern about that. The monies for the North Kono exploratory well of $2 million, I believe will fall short in projects that will be coming before this commission next month. Projects that may include or does not include the geoanalysis project, which is at the 1,500-foot elevation. A request that I believe was approved to seek out a appraisal in order for us to encumber that property. I'm hoping that'll work out, because in the 7, maybe 8 years that I've been working on this project, it's just has been I guess for me just delays, or if not, we weren't able to secure a contract. And as you know, currently the landowner is selling the property, but it is one of the major water resources we have in Kona. Waiapua LCDC, Community Development Corporation did find a second source, and we hope to bring that before the commission for consideration in Hilo at your next commission hearing.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask you to summarize.
Aside from my comments, you know, I've seen it happen in the past where there was never sufficient funding approvals by the state legislature or the governor because of huge sums of monies that were approved by the legislature and governor, specifically Act 279. So I hope that even under the Nelson decision, that they would provide the legislature, the governor in the coming year here would provide the department sufficient funding to do its mission. On that note, there was an item yesterday. I'm not sure if I'm able to speak to that, but I have more to say on my J agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Anyone else in the virtual room? Okay, well, thank you. That concludes public testimony at this point in the agenda. Rodney, are you ready to go to agenda item H1?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Rodney?
I'm going to read item number H1, and then I have an amendment with it. Item number H1, it is recommended, one, that the commission approve the House Bill 2023-2025 Operating and Capital Improvement Program Budget Request, the sufficient sums budget that is presented below to the governor for consideration in the administration's executive budget request to the 2023 legislature. Two, that the commission approved the fiscal biennium 2023 to 2025 operating and capital improvement program budget requests be presented to the 2023 legislature. Three, that the commission authorize the chairman to adjust the operating and CIP budget requests to the to make technical adjustments due to minor errors before it is incorporated into the administration's executive budget.
Thank you, Rodney. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So
Second. Okay, so we have a motion. Rodney, would you mind rephrasing the amended motion?
Okay, the amended motion is first to correct the position count. We have 206 authorized positions. We are asking to increase it by six new positions, and that would make the total count 212. The second one is add to purpose for administrative and operating repair and maintenance with means of financing from the general funds. Two projects. The first is Nanakuli community maintenance with general funding of $100,000 and Papakolea pedestrian improvement, general funding $100,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Rodney. Commissioners, questions? for Rodney?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rodney, the amendment to Nanakuli Community Maintenance FYI 224, is that line item from 500,000, now you upped it to 100,000?
Yes.
Okay, just clarification. So I'm going to change my spreadsheet. Thank you for that. This is community maintenance as far as road.
Going off cars and
Yeah,
So-
abandoned vehicles and all those sorts, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. It's good to know. So we can also lobby this support when it moves towards to our elective officials. It really, really helps. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Randy?
Yeah, I do have a question, Rodney. Listening to the current allocation to help maintain these other associations, I would also like to make a request on behalf of Opu Kalo, who has been struggling with park maintenance for many years. So I would like to make a request to at least consider that, and we can have that discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're authorizing the chair to move funds across some
Yeah.
line, so that could be considered there. And I think there is some, well, there's zero, but we can do that.
Okay, thank you. They have a long-standing challenge that they've not been able to resolve. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah.
Oh, Patty?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One last one on item H1 attachment E on the FY 023-25 budget request. You know, I was wondering when you have project components, because this has been a longstanding on this for Nanakuli. Rodney, how does the community change this? So you have three projects on here which establish community-based education, ocean safety and cultural education, and identify pursue opportunities for Pono economic development. So how does the community change this? Because the whole vision has changed in that area. Now they're talking about community certified kitchen and other community centers. So how do they change that?
Rodney, so there are placeholders, and just remember that this is an ask of the
Correct.
legislation. So
Mhm.
if they can find a line item in the ask and relate it to what their needs are, then that is the opening to lobby their respective legislators to put money in the budget specifically for those things. Right?
Okay,
So it
so-
opens the door for the ask, as long as it's related to the line item, and the line item is so broadly defined, that is the opportunity for beneficiaries to make their individual asks.
So will that be in identify and pursue opportunities for economic development and community action? Would that be
It-
that part of the ask
it's-
for like
So
certified
broad-
kitchen?
it's- Right, so it's so broadly worded that you have some creative community members that are beneficiaries. Take the opportunity.
Okay, another last question so I can understand the budget. So on that particular line item, you have GIA 100,000. What does that mean?
Okay, this is a grant in aid. So when the legislature opens up, you're going to make an application. You're not necessarily limited to 100,000.
Hmm,
This provides support for $100,000. You can increase the amount.
Okay.
Because it's an initiative by the community. It's not an initiative by the department.
But again, it's an
It's
opportunity.
community ask, correct?
Correct.
Right? Okay,
Yes.
through the ledge, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
Got it.
Any other question? Commission members? Okay. Not seeing any. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Agenda item H2.
Item number H2. It is recommended that the commission approve the transfer of the entire receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund as of September 30, 2022 to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
Okay, we have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions for Brad? Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify on agenda item H2?
Just a comment. Thank you. Just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to thank Rodney and staff for putting the budget together and your hard work and initiative in covering a lot of the communities and beneficiaries on their homestead. And thank you for your hard work. It's never easy to put a budget together, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Is
you.
there anyone? The virtual audience? Okay, Bo, we see your hand up. Hang on,
Okay,
Rodney.
thank you. First of all, I do want to thank Rodney for their hard work. I will make a comment with respect to the GIAs for 24 and 25. You have the sum total of 46.8 million for 2024. And then in fiscal year 2025, you have 35.6 million. In all my years of seeking funding at the state legislature, a good 18 years, there has been limited funding in this particular category by the legislature. Generally, not more than $20 million, generally. So the ask is pretty aggressive, if I might, but the need is there. There's no question about it. And I think many of the projects that we see before you, the communities may need to prioritize so that, then we can submit a more realistic approach to GIAs that get funded by the state. That's just my manao, but on behalf of LCDC, we commend Rodney and their team for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. Anyone else wishing to testify? Yes, we have a hand back there, please. Join us at the table.
Thank you, Velma Mariano, Palcocalo. Again, on H1.
Oh, we're on H2, but if you can tie
H2.
it to H2. Let's be creative.
It's okay, H1. I thought I heard H1, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, going back to Palcocalo on the Armory site. There's money put in there and we said it's not ours, it's on the DLNR. Is there any way you can take the money out of there, reappropriate it with a lot of plans we have for our community? Is there any way that money can be allocated or I don't know, but I see there's like 300,000 in there for Pihana Heal. It is a DLNR project. So is there any way you can move that money to projects we have our planning for? Is
So-
my,
So I don't want to burst your bubble, but this is an ask. So if and when the legislature approves the sufficient sums budget and we actually have money in the budget, then
Okay.
we certainly can consider any legal way
oh, okay,
to address what you just asked.
okay, all right, okay,
All right,
thank you.
you're welcome. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay. If not, commission members, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Rodney. And front one. One.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning,
For the
Juan.
record, I'm Juan Garcia, Administrator, Homestead Services Division. We have D8 before you. D8 is seeking the Commission approve the assignment of the leasehold interests pursuant to Section 208 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act as amended and subject to any applicable terms and conditions of the assignment, including but not limited to the approval of a loan. Secondly, to approve and accept the transferee are of no less than the required 25% or 50% Hawaiian ancestry as appropriate, again pursuant to Section 208 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second. Are there any questions for Rodney? Excuse me, for Juan? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public wishing to testify on agenda item D8? Is there anyone online wishing to testify on D8? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Thank you,
Juan.
commissioners.
Just trying to keep track of the time for. I don't see it. Angie, are you ready to take on G5? You have any consultants that need to be summoned to the virtual room? So,
Aloha Commissioners, item G5 for information only. We wanted to give the commission a update on the internal workings of a Kuleana program process and procedures, and also bring to attention some of the internal things that we are still discussing. We felt it was important to bring it to the commission at this time to get guidance and feedback on some of the policy and process questions that we are still contemplating. But with me today, I have Julianne Cachola, who has been the lead on working on this draft procedures and policy considerations.
Oh, thank you. Aloha, commissioners. You know, these commission meetings are packed with really substantive items that really can change the whole landscape for our people. This is one of those cases. The Kuleana Homestead Program is unlike any other homesteading program that we have. And it really extends the powers and abilities, authorities of the commission in order to provide a bona fide alternative for our beneficiaries. In this informational submittal, I want to set the Kuleana Homestead Program on a firm foundation. I want to explain the intent, how it got started, what happened, get the background information so we're all on the same page so that we can look at where we are now and move together into the future. So I want to quickly walk through the origin and intent of Kuleana Homestead, the program. You know, at that time in the 80s, 90s, we were heavy into the sovereignty movement, self-determination. We were learning about the wrongs that were done. We were learning to correct them. And so it was logical at that time that solutions would come from the beneficiaries themselves. In the act of self-determination, in moving onto the land, they were making statements, but also contributing to solving the problem. So the Kuleana Homestead Program was offered, was a beneficiary initiative. It came from the beneficiaries with Aloha to the commission, to the department. So fast forward then 20 years where we are today. You know, actually, so the commission embraced what those beneficiaries gave them, and they actually promulgated rules in 1998. And then we actually issued leases. So now fast forward to today, where we are today, and we're at the position where we can improve on this concept. We're at the position where we can institutionalize this alternative as a program in the department.
And of course, with everything new and different, there's going to be a lot of issues that we still have to resolve, a lot of outstanding programmatic issues, the details that we'll have to work out. So the purpose of today's informational submittal is to actually hear from you commissioners, to hear what issues pop out to you, what are the policy questions, and just to have a discussion to hear your thoughts on this Kuleana program. So in terms of the history, genealogy, the mo'opu'auhau, you can go to the next slide, of the Kuleana program, I want to take it in these big chunks. It's actually started in 1983 with the Federal State Task Force. I don't know if you remember, the governor and Department of Interior Secretary actually appointed a joint task force, and they said, look at everything in the act, and with the purpose of accelerating awards. That was the purpose. And don't leave anything unturned. Look at every aspect for this. And what they came up with is what they called alternative development models. And alternative development models were intended to broaden like the range of options available. Right? We were having conventional homesteading program that catered to one end of the continuum, but we didn't have programs addressing the other end of the continuum, people who could not qualify for a home loan, for example, people on fixed incomes, retired, even houseless people, right? So we didn't have programs addressing that. So they're looking at how to broaden the range to address all the needs of our beneficiaries. And so they looked at what are the components of development, with like level of land improvements that DHL would do, the type of financing available, the types of housing that we could look at, the level of beneficiary involvement in the development. So these are factors, and they're looking at, if you can adjust these factors, you can change those factors and create alternatives to try out. And one other thing that they recommended was, when you come, you should do you should do pilot programs, do prototype programs, so you can try ideas out, learn from them. So that was the recommendations coming out from that task force. In 1987, and this is where I think Kuleana really started, we have Kili'i Skipi Iowane at King's Landing, brilliant man that Hawaiian that he was, he came up with the beneficiary initiative, and he said, you know, it's no good for me to go on the land when I am 70 years old. You need to put me on the land when I am 30 years old and I have the body and mind so that I can actually do something on the land. So he was like trying to bring that time frame up so that the body is in sync with what has to happen on the land. There are resources there. If you go to King's Landing, anchoring ponds, shoreline resources. So there was also the need to manage those resources. You can't just live in a lot in an area. You have Kuleana to the resources in that area to take care of them. They weren't sure all how to manage an anchoring pond, but they felt that they had a responsibility to do that. Also interesting, they define a critical role for the community association. It's not just an individual lease. Your lease is also together as a community. Now your community entity is also a management kind of unit, or a responsible management unit. I think maybe the most significant thing that Skippy offered was the concept of a Kanaka code. What he shared is that people don't have $50,000 upfront. Normal Hawaiians don't have that big lump sum that you can go buy a house. But they might have 100 this month, 200 next month, or maybe next month, 700. The nature of financing with our people is incremental. So the incremental nature of financing should be accommodated in the development process. So Kanaka Code was taking the uniform building code and stretching it out over time, so that before you go on the land, he said, you gotta have loa, you gotta have your loa in place, you gotta have that first. then you can go on the land. In year one, you need to get off the ground. You need a platform with a tent. That's to code in year one, right? You're kind of like allowing the beneficiary to build as their money allows incrementally. But the concept that there still would be standards, there still would be basic standards that would have to be complied with, but you set up these benchmarks. And they figured by 4 years, if you can't put your roof on and finish your home, then go stand in the regular line with the conventional homesteads and wait. But with this program, if you have the initiative to be able to actually construct your own home, and we give you that time, say 4 years, then we should allow the building code. We have the authorities to come up with our own codes to make that possible. That's what I call version 1 of Kuleana. Really, a few years later, in 1992, Mo Moller at Kahikinui, right, came up with a different kind of take on homes, Kuleana. And this is the issue where you got 75% of our lands in Maui in one place. They knew that there's no way the district manager could address all of the resource management issues there. We had been issuing a general lease. It's been under ranching purposes for over 100 years. The native forest is denuded. It's the watershed function's not happening. So this Kaikinui was a response, a beneficiary response to help the department to address these resource management issues. They said, you know what, let us be the eyes and ears on the ground. Let us put us on the land so that we can do our rehabilitation, but put us on the land so we can watch and help manage these resources. So that was a different kind of take on Kuleana. The next point in history, 1993, they all kind of happened in close proximity. The governor had a task force with OSP and the department. And what their task was to expand DHL's programs, you know, and they responded to the beneficiary cry for raw land. Beneficiaries wanted raw land. Just give us the land and we'll go on it. And they recommended a new homesteading program that would allow that to happen. They were wanting to move away from paternalism and really give greater authorities and to the beneficiaries, that offered the beneficiaries the opportunity to settle themselves on the land more quickly and basically take control of the pace of development. So they felt that we can afford them greater freedoms, but they're also going to require greater responsibilities. So thus the Kuleana term was brought into the concept, where traditionally you have a Kuleana land award and you had to take care of that land. And in exchange for taking care of that land, the land would take care of you and provide you sustenance. So that was the concept. This is when the term Kuleana came, and it was called the Kuleana Whole Program. The commission approved it. And they said, yes, we need to provide this alternative. And the concept at that time was homesteaders would be allowed to go on the land very quickly, undeveloped parcels, minimum infrastructure, dirt road. You would have access to your lots. Everything else you'd have to handle on your own. The homesteaders, you would have to carry in your water. Your electricity would either be by generator or by alternative energy sources. Your sewage would have to be in a portable kind of septic tank, right? Your communications would be via CB radio at that time or cell phones. And maybe permanent infrastructure could be handled later down the line through cooperatives or other kinds of mechanisms, but get the Hawaiian on the land fast. After that, 1993, by 1998, the department was promulgating rules on this. And thus we have the Kuleana and administrative rules. And I will go more into depth there, but in 1999, they actually issued the kuleana leases at Kahikinui. And that's what I call the version 3, because it was a little different from what MOLEM had intended. Then, before we go on to those rules and the lease, I want to share with you these conceptual, these is right out of their plans, the conceptual framework for how they view kuleana. So this is the King's Landing conceptual framework. And basically they're saying you have an existing system, leases weren't awarded at a high rate, but then you had acceleration programs. So all of a sudden you got all these leases awarded. But they still have to sit on the waiting list basically before they get on the land. And they had all these opportunity costs, loss of time, and the land is not being utilized, right? So all of this time, the department has to generate income, we have to develop infrastructure, and eventually at some point in the future, you get placed on the land and rehabilitation begins. That's the conceptual framework. So there's 3 phases. There's a phase 1 where you're in the conventional lifestyle. There's phase 2 when you're in this transition mode, and phase 3 when you have that rehabilitation mode. I just want to bring your attention to the last line. So it details out how that transition phase would occur. And this is when I'm talking about the Kanaka code. So year 1, right, with the toilet, with the lua in place, then the tent and platform, and etc. So this is like the process of getting an individual on their lot. Once they're on the lot, then they can look at community-based economic development activities and that part of the equation. And then you have the self-sufficient kind of lifestyle, which is the rehabilitation mode. So that's the conceptual framework for King's Landing. The next one is where we get into, can you change it, please? The kuleana homestead. And what I do is add data here. So when you talk about opportunity costs, the applicant on the waiting list, I just did this analysis. The average wait time for those on the list right now is 23 years. Now they're still waiting. It might be longer, right? But today, the average wait time is 23 years. We're talking about opportunity costs of lost time and the beneficiary aging. The average age of a person on the applicant wait list is 61. And remember, these are still waiting. They haven't been awarded yet. And all this time the land is not utilized. So this is real opportunity cost of people waiting on the list and not getting on the land sooner rather than later. We have a lot of things as a department that we have to do in the meantime, that, as we know, that lengthens this development timeframe out. And it's only when the person is on the land that rehabilitation begins. So for the kuleana lease, the concept is minimize the department's involvement. What we do is a settlement plan and EA, because we know we have to do environmental assessments. We do meets and bounds for the lot so that they can be awarded. And we do an unpaved road so they can get to the lot. That's it. Minimize our involvement. And then go ahead and award the leases as soon as possible so that they can get on the land, right? And then once they're on the land, then we can, the idea is get them on the land when their body and mind can do something. That's a real big concept with kuleana. And then the other concept is community management. This is something that we don't do in other homesteads, community management of resources. Okay, so the administrative rules, next slide. 10-3-30 does a few things. The purpose is to look at a settlement of unimproved land. It defines roles and responsibilities for the commission, for the department, and for the applicants, the lessee, right? So the commission has to approve everything. You have to select an area, you have to select a wait list, you have to approve the plan, you have to approve the building codes. That's all your authorities. DHHL, we work with the applicants to develop a settlement plan. So it's like their concept of settlement plan in this area. We construct the unpaved, the dirt roads, access ways to the lots, and we do the meets and bounds. We make the awards. The applicant takes it as is. This is a raw land award. They take it as is. They have to participate in the community association, right? they have to actually maintain the roads. And this rules, administrative rules provides specific guidance on site selection, settlement plan, and the association building codes. Can we, next slide. This is the meat of the administrative rules, is the site selection criteria, the settlement plan criteria, and the last one, the association building codes. So you can look at the criteria, they're very basic, but I want to point out the most important aspect of these rules. And that is that it says a lessee is subject to all county rules and regs, right, zoning, building codes, unless and until such time that they do their own. That this rules allows them to develop their own building codes, their own zoning, their own permits, their own permit process. They, in order to do this, they have to work with a licensed architect registered in the state, and they may develop, they don't have to, they may develop, adopt, and enforce its own zoning, building, permitting process on the condition that the standards do maintain basic health and safety codes, right? That they address basic health and safety issues, and that a licensed architect is willing to certify all building plans, right? As part of the permitting process. Now, Kaikinui had this ability, right? Since this is passed in 1998, but they have not done this yet. So we don't have the experience of taking a community through the process of developing their own codes and permits and permitting process. But that's what these rules that have been in the books since 1998 allow us to do. The next slide. So we implemented the rules. We issued leases at Kaikinui. That was a prototype, a pilot project. 75 leases were issued. And in 2017, we conducted an evaluation of that alternate program. And so what we learned from Kaikinui, there were strengths and weaknesses. The strengths is that, hey, this is a good example of DHEs actually following what the beneficiaries asked them to do, right? They didn't have to wait as long on the list. They didn't have to buy a house and get strapped with, financial burden for like 30 years, or they could start small and grow and build their home over time. And they felt that they have a lot more independence, right? But the weakness is that, the lease included management responsibilities beyond the lot. In other words, the forest, the makai, right? And they were big, they weren't enough. So these additional responsibilities were daunting. They were hard to handle, basically. Historic sites, the forests, the ungulates, all of that, like they were supposed to help manage. They still have, when we did the roads, we didn't really look at the topography and weather conditions. So a lot of the roads would wash out regularly. They still have challenges because we didn't issue TMKs because we didn't go through a whole subdivision process. And they felt really kind of abandoned by the department. Once we issued the lease, we didn't really help them out after that. So there's recommendations that they've given us. They said, look, DH, if you're going to do this, you need to really educate the applicants as to what they're getting into. What are they signing up for, right? Before they get an award, they have to know what their commitment is. They said we should at least provide some funding to help them to create some kind of affordable loan package so that they can actually, do the buildings that build their home. And after the award, the lessee said we really could have used a technical expertise, the technical assistance on like, how do you do renewable energy? How do you fix up solar? How do you manage a propane refrigerator? How do you develop your water system so it's safe to drink? What do you do with your waste? What are the rules? What alternatives exist? And even economic development. If they're poised to have community-based economic development, how does that happen? So they're saying, DHL might save money and time because our commitment up front is really low, it's dirt road and meets and bounds. But actually, we need to spend more time at the, after that, which is to invest in our people there to provide technical assistance. Okay, so that's the history. That's where we are today. So we have this experience, we had this evaluation, and it's on our books already. That's half the battle won. We have rules for this. So looking forward, we have a development pipeline already established for Kuleana, right? So I'd like to look at that, the goals, programmatic goals. This is actually us trying to develop a Kuleana program. We have a Kuleana lease, but now we need a Kuleana program. I want to look at, why would a beneficiary want to do this? Why would the department support something like this? And look at how we would implement this. So that's the final part of this presentation. Next. So this is the development pipeline. We have 30 lots in Kaikinui, or 25 to 30 lots in Kaikinui that still need to be awarded from the first batch. We just didn't award it. In July 2020, we have Pu'opai in West Kauai that we finished the settlement plan per the rules and the FONSI, FE FONSI, environmental assessment. And that plan called for 11 pastoral lots and 240 subsistence ag lots. In the next year, we still on Kauai, we did the Anahola Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan and final environmental assessment. That's looking at 14 pastoral lots and 101 subsistence ag lots. We are currently doing the settlement plan EA for Ualapue on Molokai. And we're about to start going back to Home 1, which is Kings Landing, Keaukaha Track 2, and look at the development of the settlement plan so that we can award Kuleana leases there. We don't know what the unit counts are those. But if you just look at the ones that already have gone through the planning process, we're looking at 130 pastoral lots over that and 341 ag lots. So that's the development pipeline we're dealing with. We can look at goals. Next slide. Basically we want to accelerate distribution. We want to maximize the potential of your commission's authorities. We have the authority to be exempt from county codes, to be exempt ourselves, but we have not really used that to help our beneficiaries. So how do we use our authorities? How do we truncate that time frame so we can get people on the land faster? How can we look at establishing traditional relationships with Aina, right? With the community working to manage their lands? How in this process can we deepen our ancestral ties to land, right? And really it's strengthening the relationship with our beneficiaries, because we're responding to the need for people who cannot qualify for conventional home loans, for instance, who have to defer awards. This is an alternative to be able to give them an award. Next slide. Why would a beneficiary want a Kuleana lease? First of all, this is not for everyone. This is not a lease for everyone. It is designed for the beneficiary who can handle living in this rugged off-grid lifestyle, subsistence lifestyle. It's not for everyone. If you want to live in a house of subdivision, this is not for you. It's for people who value community, that want to be in a community that can work together, that has this kind of group mentality. Let's do something together to manage a larger area, Kuleana to this area. It's for people who are forced to defer awards because they cannot qualify for a home loan or qualify financially, or don't want to. They don't want to enter into that. It's for people who have the ability and initiative to do things on their own, to build. They have networks, they have experience, they can build their own house. And it's for people who need to start small because that's all they can do right now. and then allow them to build over time. Why would the DHL support homesteading? You can- Yeah. It maximizes your authorities. It maximizes the commission's authorities and exemptions in order to provide a homesteading option. It allows all applicants to be able to accept the lease regardless of financial capacity. So people are not going to be skipped over and die on the list. It provides a homesteading option that does not require our homesteaders to incur long-term financial debt. It requires very minimal of the department, minimizes our costs, decreases our time for our involvement, and it instead maximizes opportunities for the beneficiary to get involved, to help out, and provides this kind of freedom to, the concept Mo would always talk about is someplace where you can be as Hawaiian as you want to be, It's like you can, the freedom to explore your relationship with Aina. This chart is actually packed with information, but this is basically, in a nutshell, the programmatic structure that we're looking at. Let me explain generally what it does. You have the players, a commission, we have the department, we have, and I'm separating out because there's a strong educational component that is going to be necessary here. So we kind of like are pulling out the educational strand, and we probably need assistance on the educational strand. And then there's applicants. So these are the parties. That's the rows going across. And then what we're suggesting as implementation phases are your columns. So phase one, is to identify a project. Like we think that we should have a Kuleana project at Walapue. Right, so how that's done. Phase two, planning. We have to develop a settlement plan and we have to do an EA. So how is that done? Phase three, all we're on the hook for is roads and the meets and bounds surveys. Let's do that, phase three. And then looking at phase four, actually doing the award, the offer. How do we pull in the beneficiaries at that time? How do we make sure that they have enough information to make an informed decision? And phase five is lot development. How do they actually build their house? What can we offer in that process? And the final one is if we're taking it to community management and we're taking it to community-based economic development, what does that look like? So that's all in a nutshell, in one picture, one page, the general framework for this program for this Kuleana program. This is another way just to call out the phases, right? So you're not looking at all the other stuff, but basically what the implementation phases would be, which I just went over. The next one is taking real quickly phase. I want to point out the phases. Thank you. Phase one, how do you select the Kuleana area? And this the rules say two ways. You can base it on a land assessment because the land characteristics work, or an applicants can come to you and say, hey, we want you to look at this place. Walapue is a good example. Not on our radar, but the applicants brought it to our attention, like, hey, look over here for Kuleana. So that's one of two ways. I mean, these are the two ways that you could select a site for Kuleana. The next phase is really the settlement plan, and this is saying, you have to also select a wait list. Yeah, so then we invite that wait list to a planning process. That's our role in the planning office. We develop that settlement plan, and from there we get the EA. We get a rough order of magnitude cost, budget figures, and then we can go ahead and do budget requests to actually implement, and then we can also then start our informational workshops with the beneficiaries. Okay. The next one is phase three. That's just road and the meets and bounds. And I added this secure county support and services. So what happens is, what we're suggesting, this is, a dirt road is really rural infrastructure. It's rural infrastructure. And if we're not going to issue TMKs, how do we ensure that our beneficiaries get the fire and the ambulance services and that sort of thing? So it's whether we can make an agreement with the counties to say, look, this is what we're trying to do here. This is a different kind of homesteading alternative, but if you cooperate with us, we can issue TMKs and we can make sure that they get these basic services. So we think that we need to actually spend time with the counties and make sure that they're brought along in the process so they know what's going on. Okay. Next one is actually working with the benefit. Oh, did I did just mention that this is the county services part, but for the viewing audiences, they can see it. Yeah. In this phase, we need to design and construction. We want to make sure that the county's on board. Go ahead. And then the next one is involving the beneficiaries, and I want to be clear. In this Kuleana program, the beneficiaries have responsibilities in different spheres. So you have the individual lot, you have the Homestead Community Association, and basically you have these house rules and the codes and permits that they develop. That's what they have to be responsible for. These are areas of Kuleana that they have to accept. Go ahead, that's one. Empowering beneficiaries. This is what we're looking at as the kind of educational curriculum that would be necessary. You know, basics on the act, the commission, the department, what the Kuleana lease is about. The Kuleana lease is also pegged to a certain wait list. So in that process, you're actually involving them in either agriculture, pastoral, right, or residential. Kaikinui is a pastoral Kuleana lease. So the program is pastoral. So if we do a subsistence ag Kuleana lease, what would those other requirements be? And then working with them as an association. How do you do the bylaws, articles, house rules, right? How to help them to organize? You know, we had do the lease lessee orientation meeting where they get information about their lot, and we see similar things happening here. But there comes a point where the applicant would have to opt in or opt out, right? And we want to make sure they have enough information to do that. If they opt out, then they stay on the list and they wait. If they opt in, then we can move into the next phase, which is basically getting us lease signed and getting into the community management. Next. I'm sorry this is taking so long. Almost done. I just wanted to point out, so when you facilitate homestead development, what the unique opportunity is here. The unique opportunity to develop their own building codes, their own zoning, their own permits. Right? That's the opportunity that the Kuleana provides. Phase 5 is facilitating. Oh, wait, where are we? Okay, next slide. These are the activities that will be occurring in phase 5, which is this actually facilitating settlement. We see workshops to help them on like renewable energy development. How do you deal with your septic tanks? Go ahead. And the last part is the, oh, okay. Yeah, so just the community-based economic development part. Sorry, yeah, carry me along, thank you. No. Okay, so here we get to the meat of the thing, actually, which is the outstanding issues for discussion, right? The key is, what is the level of support? What is the level of DHHL support that we can commit to this program? Support in terms of financial support. If these are the people that cannot qualify for conventional home loans, but we still want them to be successful, can we come up with a model, basic model of what that would cost, and how can we work the financing there to help them. We're also looking at DHHL support in terms of information, technical assistance. You know, can we provide them information on what are the rules with water? What can I do? What are products out there that clean water, right? How much do they cost? Give information what the range of things are. What do we do with our human waste? What are the alternatives that exist on the market? How much do they cost? You know, again, starting with what is the rule? What is the law? How do what's the point of compliance? Who's the agency that does this? So giving them basic information so that they can be compliant to the extent possible, but they got to know where that target is, what the rule is, what the law is, says, who's going to be watching. Then how are different alternatives in place now that they could look at to comply? How much would those alternatives cost? Who's doing this? Vendors. Where do we get this? So give them that kind of information. And the last kind of, okay, then I separate out technical assistance and information from educational support. But the educational support is more like the board training, facilitation, so that they can maintain, their involvement of their community in managing their lands. An outstanding issue is also lease conditions, right? How much time should we give them to settle on the land? What is realistic there? What are the requirements that we had put in Kahikinui's DCCNRs that should be a part of the lease document? So basically what would be the lease conditions? The third big outstanding item is the timing of workshops, because how do we provide them enough information so they can opt in or opt out? Like, what is that curriculum? And then we want to make sure that if you're advising on your bylaws and articles, that you are a member of that community. So you shouldn't have the opportunity to weigh in on that if you're not going to be a lessee. So the timing of those workshops. And then the most, I think, important part to make this work is, what would an alternative building code look like? What would the alternative permits and process look like? And I'm suggesting that with all of the developments in the pipeline, that we kind of look at developing a model that would work, and they can improve, or they can work from that model, but at least give them the chance of like seeing what an amended building code would look like. Work with people in the industry, contractors, people that understand the code. How would you relax this code while also maintaining health and safety, right? How would you relax the code to save money? Maybe there's house kits available that are cheap, that actually meet code. And, so what are the alternatives there? I see those as the main outstanding issues for discussion. And I think that's it. So it was a long wind up to a final slide, basically.
Yes. So Julie, thank you for that very extensive presentation.
I'm sorry.
No. I mean, it's important. I was trying to write notes to stitch together some of the things that were bubbling up for me. So I'm still trying to stitch it together. But I wanted to participate in a discussion. And so when I hear King's Landing being brought up, my understanding is that King's Landing was the inspiration that led to the creation of Kahikinui. But when we speak about King's Landing, it falls outside of our box, so we can't really speak about it as a Kuleana Award. What we are trying to do, we're trying to legitimize that 30 years later. We're trying to find a way to put them within the parameters of what DHHL allows, so that they're kind of out there, that square peg on the outside. But when we go to Kahikinui, I know our process is that we select the lessee. But when we're looking at this kind of aina, it's really the land that selects the person. And so what we find ourselves in a situation where the lessees that we have selected discover quickly the land is not necessarily aligned with the desire.
Yeah.
And so for those lessees that occupy this space and they've managed to carve out a place, these are really special people, and they will speak about the land in ways that you know, the model that the department has created for them with minimal support. These are the people that find a way to thrive. But there are very few people like that. And as we continue to expand Kuleana Awards, with the notion, the conceptual belief that we're creating opportunities. The reality is, this is not necessarily an opportune moment for people when the department is saying, we're here to kokua you, but our involvement is minimal. And so what I'm hearing from the department really is, in some ways, I feel, without giving this more consideration, we're setting beneficiaries up for failure. Because when you've been on the list for many, many years, many decades, the desire to get on the land is so great. But the reality that comes with that, they're blinded by that reality. And so I don't necessarily feel this statement that we should have minimal involvement. And as a result of that, we're providing them incredible opportunity. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Because we can see from Kahikinui, we have very few people occupying that land after 30 years.
Yes.
And so we need to redefine some of those statements.
Okay. That's true.
And some of this too is on our lessees, you know, because they did believe that they could take on this kuleana. They discover that they cannot. And rather than relinquish that lease to give it to someone who might be able to do it, you know, that part is on them as well. But I don't, and then when I hear, I agree, the department should be looking at some methodology for financial support, because you get Charmaine Day back in the day, it was one plyboard at a time. And unless you're totally committed to that model, you're not going to survive. You're not going to make it. And then when we talk about tech support, you still need a labor force. You know, you can train and teach, but if you have very few people occupying the land, right from the gate, they are challenged. And then education, it takes us back to desire versus reality. If you have somebody waiting for 30, 40 years, and you say this, look, let's see, this is what you're going to have to deal with. The reality has not yet set in. It's the desire that's driving them to take the lease. And so there's so many things about what this means. I can't wrap my head around all of it. But if you speak to a Charmaine Day, or you speak to a Mo Muller, or somebody who's still trying to find their place in Kahikinui, those are the voices that should be here. Those are the people that should be defining the reality. I mean, I can't speak for them. I'm an observer. But it frightens me a little bit that we're expanding Kuleana Awards without really having gotten a handle on Kahikinui or King's Landing for that matter. So thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Pauline?
I had a question. Was there ever an evaluation component for this particular program? And if there was, what was the result? This was way back in 1983.
There was a slide on in 2017, there was an evaluation of the Kuleana pilot program. And so there was a slide that had strengths and weaknesses and their recommendations that came out of that study. That was an evaluation of the Kuleana.
So how many were considered successful?
They really weren't considered subsistence. We didn't use that terminology, that kind of lease at the time. We just now have subsistence agriculture. That Kahikinui was a pastoral Kuleana lease because of the ranching activities that were there. That's what the existing use was. So they kind of used that pastoral list and a pastoral lease for that area.
I think Andrew wanted to say something about the review.
I think to your question, Commissioner Namuo, we did do an evaluation in 2017. The evaluation didn't look at what is success, but rather looked at what were the strengths of the program, what did it provide, what was it doing well, where can we improve, what were the weaknesses. So this slide kind of summarizes in a nutshell that effort to evaluate the Kahikinui experience and provide recommendations, not just for Kahikinui, but also recommendations that we have applied to this Kuleana program moving forward.
Okay, well, I totally agree with Commissioner Owo that hearing from those who are doing it now is important, even when it's culturally sensitive, a culturally sensitive evaluation, there are a lot of problems putting people on raw land who are not really prepared and without any support, not any, but minimal support from the department. Thank you.
Can I?
Thank you, Pauline. I would suggest, we're talking about Kuleana now, but there was a report that covered, a review that covered the other sort of land offerings, such as accelerated award. And so within the context of all of those types of awards, there was a review with recommendations. So if you could find that, Andrew, and then make sure it gets to each one of the
we can do
commissioners, I
that.
think that would be beneficial because
Okay.
it allows for a broader review of how we've evolved as a department in our awards.
That would be great. That would be great because as we hear this presentation, which is a great presentation actually, and we have more information about how things are, that will give us a lot more to be able to think about as we make a decision. Thank you.
I think also, if I might add, when we say minimal support, I don't think that's the intent of what we meant to express. What we are trying to articulate is that in a traditional homestead lot, the majority of the department resources is allocated to providing support on the construction side, the infrastructure, the county standard roads. What we're trying to suggest in the Kuleana program, which might not have been as explicit, is that we're trying to shift the department's support not just to the physical development of the community, but more to the programmatic supports that would help enable more successful outcomes by those that might be interested in taking this award. So by programmatic support, I mean more education upfront about what a Kuleana award is, more education about the land that they're going to potentially inhabit for several generations, more educational support along the way to provide resources at alternative home building, alternative infrastructure. So that's kind of what we're trying to say, is that we're not saying minimal support from the department. we're trying to say that we're trying to shift the support that we traditionally provide, which is upfront in the construction phase by providing these physical development and shifting those resources not into construction, but shifting it more towards programmatic supports that might help better enable a new lessee or existing Kuleana lessees better be able to realize success and well-being.
Thank you, Andrew. And I would just make the observation that unless an awardee review of even a turnkey home is something that they go through the same process, right? So someone who's never owned a home before is excited because they're given an award and then have to go through the financial planning and assessment. And some of them decide that, you know, it's not worth owning a home because I like the new car every 5 years and I like going to trips to Vegas, so I'll just stay a renter. So, I mean, this analysis goes across all of the products that we offer. So I just wanted to make that observation. Yes, Dennis.
First of all, Julie, thank you. You know, this is a lot of stuff to put together and I appreciate it. You know, I first became commissioner, I can't even remember when, but I remember one of our first meetings in Hawaii when we talked about Kuleana. And I think I did address the department directly that, and it was sort of the attitude at that time, not the attitude, but it's the policy of the department that you got Kuleana, it's yours, that's all you get. And in my young advocacy as a commissioner, I said, no, the door's not closed. And that's what I'm hearing here is the door's not closed. We still want to continue. It's like getting a residential lease agreement. And I move in my residence. If there's a problem, I call Homestead Services. If I'm on Kuleana, I got nobody to call. I'm calling association who doesn't want to talk to me because we don't like each other because we haven't developed association. Or we got two associations fight with each other. So I think the thought process moving forward is a plan to stay engaged. Not necessarily to commit dollars, but to commit a path to those dollars. When we start talking about funding, there's NAHASDA funding, expedite that NAHASDA funding. I look at the budgets every year and they say NAHASDA, we're going to do this and that. And I go, how do the Kauai get that? You know, how do we get that one house that needs to be repaired, that's being repaired in one of the other islands? That's the kind of support Kuleana needs. And I'm for Kuleana in the project that we're working on in Anahola. One other thing is when you talk about why would somebody want to go to Kuleana? Because Tutu's going to pass away. And Tutu's 50% and I'm less. And I got to get on the land. We cannot wait. At least Tutu can sit on the land for 6 months before she muck it. Okay? That's the important part. That's why people go to Kuleana. We're forced to go to Kuleana because it's not ready. And that's because of the funding and all the problems. Now we got 600 million. We got a lot of stuff to do. Kuleana, I think, is a good project moving forward. Don't leave Kuleana out there to survive on their own. And the project in Anahola, you know, we're in an area where a lot of people go motorcycle riding, all that stuff. We're gonna have to have a controlled gate. We gotta have association to control that. Then we'll need access. I noticed on some of the things that were the weaknesses, not having TMKs. We will have TMKs for Kuleana, otherwise we're not gonna do it. The other thing is people feel abandoned. You know, I'm on the Kikinoi PIG. I've talked to those folks. I haven't actually been on the project, but I just need to look up the hill and say, I don't know how you people are doing this. But I tell you, the meal you provided me that we went out there, I got to give you credit. So there's a lot to consume. I'd like to spend some time consuming that. I know we have projects coming up, but the continued support from the department is important. How do we do this? One other thing is when you talk about building codes, you're not going to get around uniform building codes in any county. You got to have proper electrical, structural, and you're going to have the waste systems. One thing I'm concerned about in the waste systems, the first actual composted toilet in Kauai was approved by the health department, but they made them put in a leach system for the liquid waste. That's ridiculous. We need to get over that because that's not gonna happen in Kuleana. So those kind of negotiations with the county are important. The architect actually builds job opportunities for people to go out and inspect under the architect's approval. And then he signs it off like most junior architects do and so on. It gives us that economic opportunities. But managing that whole complex, and when I say we got the Kuleana, we got our group, got to get going, I ain't got no tools. I don't have a tractor taking this road. We go out there, picks and shovels. So that kind of support has to come with it. I'm sure people at Kikinui love to have a tractor. They can go clean all the roads. Or wait for several years and all the roads are washed away and now we're back to Hawaiian homes. So it's a lot to consume. I like to spend some time consuming, but I appreciate where you've gotten so far. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Right, Russell.
Hey, Julie. I was just taking notes. I have a lot of questions, but I just want to ask you. So the first one is, I agree with Commissioner Awo that it appears that Kahikinui and King's Landing kind of different.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, started differently and kind of hard to put them in the same category. But do you have a thought, or is there a thought about whether these Kuleana homesteads, the community, do you envision that they're like adjacent to or part of a larger Hawaiian Homes development? It's just that section of the development that's, designed for people who are self-sufficient and can live off the grid, if you will? Or is it a whole separate identified community like Haikinui, way up Mauka?
Yeah, I thought it would initially be for a whole separate area where there's more challenges, remote area.
Yeah.
It's not something that would be on our development, on LDD schedule because it's so remote and so we do it under Kuleana. But then we got Anahola, so which is right adjacent to.
Which is adjacent, but I think services are remote, right?
Well,
The utilities
it's
and
important. The Anahola property is adjacent to a billionaire's property. So the development of that community is working with that. I know the person, the billionaire that just bought the McCluskey property and he's a big rancher, but he's willing to work with the association because he knows we're neighbors and all we need to do is be good neighbors. So it's important that that community association works with him and recognizes his Kuleana and our Kuleana. And he does work with the Hawaiian associations.
Does they have access to his avocado trees?
I don't know if all the kikis can be jumping over the fence. He might have a problem.
so like Kaikinui, you're mentioning it's remote, doesn't have utility service, electrical and water, all that. So the Kuleana form of lease gave opportunity for those who are suited for living off the grid. So we could put that project or that property into use.
Yes.
King's Landing, I think, is more an example of when you were discussing this Kanaka code and this idea of self-determination, and it allows those who may not have the means to build a house right now. You can work into it in phases like you discussed. But on that Kanaka code, and there's a lot of mention about how the associations, they have the ability to control their own applicable building code, if you will. How does that work for the department when we go to potential lessees and say, we have this project and we want you, if you're interested, you can opt in, and if you're suitable for this kind of living off the grid, but they don't know at that point what the what the codes are, what the rules are for how they're gonna have to, in phases build into their land. Because we could have I guess a set of minimum codes. But then the community can change that after the fact. And then, so if somebody's on the outs with the community, so they could, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They have no certainty that what they're buying into or what they're agreeing into, I should say.
I think we're gonna have to build in those kind of certainties into the rules kind of document, but
I think so, because
Yeah.
I just think about, I would be motivated, like Randy mentioned. Hey, I want to get off the list. I want to get on the land. I want to have something that my next generations can hopefully work with. And if I can live with the rigors of off-grid living. But if I don't know what rules are going to be applicable to my homestead over time, if that could change over time, I'd be
it's
less likely to.
the timing of workshops, so we want to make sure they have enough information, but what you're talking about is once they get it, like if it could change, if it's gonna be a moving target, and I think
Yeah.
we're gonna have to nail that down, yeah.
And then who enforces those codes? Because we're not counting on the county anymore, So is that a function of the Homestead Association? Or is that a function of the department or whom?
Good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
My next question was, you mentioned the rural roads and I guess it's a kind of like a dirt road, like a Jeep road or something envisioned, but even if you build a roadway to, rural road standards, even though it's a private road, I think the county will still maintain it, right? They'll come in and pave it, no?
They usually won't take it in unless it's cold.
Well, I'm not saying you dedicate it
Mm.
but I guess I live on a private, street lane, and the county comes in and paves it when they're paving the county streets. I think so I don't know if that's unique to City and County of Honolulu, maybe, or yes. Or maybe Hawaiian Homes, we just don't get that. We don't get the same treatment as the average citizen. So I think your situation, because I'm thinking about back where I live in Maili, yes. So the county voluntarily maintains all of those private roads. In the case of Kaikinui, the county would not, has not. I think in other areas, like if we're gonna do Anahola or some of the other areas, I don't believe the county would voluntarily come in and maintain the roads. Even if you started with a road that's built to their rural road standard? The challenge for Kuleana is this concept of a TMK. So under the current. Okay, that's another one of my question. What is the TMK issue? The counties will not likely provide a subdivision approval to this type of subdivision. Okay. So it's unlikely that, I say it's unlikely, we're developing I consider it great relationships. So it's not out of the realm of possibility with a new understanding of tools that the HHL is proposing. It's just under the current regime. I don't believe that the counties would approve our Kuleana homesteads to the point that they would give an individual TMK to each. Right, so they're going to give you one TMK for the entirety. But what's the issue with having one TMK for the entirety? Is it a financing, lending issue, or? It could be, and there could be other issues. I'm gonna look to our professional who's been around since Undivided Interests and has experience.
William, is that a lease document issue?
He's faced it all, so better
Oh, okay. That's
he
right.
provide.
Back to the dinosaur.
I mean, I understand because the county, unless you have a legally subdivided legal lot, they're not gonna give you the TMK. But the question is why? What problems is that creating for us?
I'm not sure. I mean, from the land development side, I don't know that we have a problem with non-issuance of tax maps. I think it's really for the county. I know in Kauai County, the county doesn't assess real property tax. It's correct, yeah? Commissioner Nevis. So, you know, in under Hawaiian Homes Commission leases, they're the lessees are granted a 7-year tax exemption. And so there might be an issue from the county, but the county doesn't provide any services at Kaikinui. The access is gated, so it's there's no access to anyone other than the lessees or whoever they invite into the Kuleana area. So not sure if that.
Just to answer Commissioner Kaupu's question about what could be a potential problem with just having one TMK. After doing quick beneficiary consultation with the existing Kahikinui lessee that's present, one of the issues that she's faced is that it's hard to get a mortgage.
Yeah.
For your individual lot if it's a one TMK for the whole area.
Yeah, because I don't think we solved that issue by figuring out the TMK issue. You're gonna have to figure out the county recognizing our internal subdivision. And I don't think that is, I think that's insurmountable. I think the answer is part of the presentation was coming up with sources of financing for Kuleana lessees. We're gonna have to develop our own lending ability rather than counting on the commercial lending community, because it's too outside there. They're not gonna, we hardly understand it, so they're not gonna understand it. They're not gonna take the risk of lending on.
Right, they're gonna require code.
Yeah,
and
that's
yeah,
what I think. Now, maybe we convince somebody otherwise, but, and that would be great. It becomes, from personal experience, it becomes a catch-22. Because you apply for the mortgage, well, you apply for the mortgage, they want to see your building plans and your building permit, because I went through a owner building. You have a TMK to the entire parcel. I've experienced this. You go to the building department, they go, well, better check with Hawaiian Homes because your plot plan says you've got 4 acres, but this TMK refers to 16 acres. So right off the bat, you've got some bureaucrat at City and County of Honolulu Planning and Permitting that doesn't understand us or doesn't understand our process. So you've got to go through and get the HHL to go, no, it's real. We haven't finished the final subdivision. So it takes about 6 months for them to accept that and then process your building permit. Then you get, okay, well, you got to get an address. It's another department in the county. And they go through the same thing, but wait a minute, you're building, your plot plan and your building permit says this, but the TMK is all of this. Then you got to go through an education process with those guys. And then, the fire department's got to check off that they've seen the building plans. The Department of Health has to check off. And you go through that whole thing again, and there's this one TMK for everything. So unless you got a very assertive potential successor to a homestead lease who just doesn't take no for an answer and just keeps going and going, it's very difficult for homesteaders to be able to go through that process. And I have to believe that the counties of Kauai and Big Island and Maui are a lot smaller, so they have a lot less capability to go through what I did. Now, I was lucky. I was the first one, so all the other 7 or 8 lessees who were part of a relocation, because I put it through, it was easier for them. So those are the kinds of problems, but it's working with the counties that's going to create, and Stuart is good at this, working with relationships
that allows them to get past the 1 TMK for a lease. So I don't think there's a programmatic.
For the county purpose, but what about the lender? You didn't have those issues with the lender regarding?
I had all of those issues.
Yeah.
Oh,
The lender.
So the
Yes.
lender's
but
gonna require
resolving it
home
with the county,
insurance.
resolved it with the lender? Is that kind of?
I resolved it with the county and then the lender said, okay.
Okay.
So that's the process,
the
my
issue.
experience. Now, the subdivision has finally been completed, so it's not a problem for anybody that follows that wants to build on the remaining lot.
For your
For the-
example,
For that
Yeah.
big TMK, yeah, it's all cut up now. There's individual TMK.
but Kahiki Nui, no, right?
It's not gonna.
The difference is that the level of infrastructure is, at opposite ends. So in the case of Chair's lot in Lolole, it's near the Lolole Road, I think, or something. Anyway.
There's a county road. There's a
it
county road
had,
next to it.
Water and electrical available to
Alongside
the
it.
lot and the paved access. In Kaikino is no paved access, no water, no electrical. So it's totally off the grid, which makes the building permit side and county services side really non-existent. Except in really, I think there may be depending on the location where emergency vehicles can get in, or they'll have to do by helicopter, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, the county is not gonna provide fire services except to the bottom road, and they're not gonna provide ambulance services except
Right.
to the bottom of the road. So that's the current situation in Kahiki Nui. It's likely they'll get as close as they can on improved roads to all of it. At some point, they're gonna go as far as reasonably possible.
Yeah.
But then they're gonna.
I want to say a few things because, first, I'm not opposed to Juliana Awards. My caution is part of this presentation is about lessons learned. And the only model that we can pull from is Kahiki Nui. So when we speak in terms of other areas and loan qualifications and opportunities, Kahiki Nui is unique. They do not qualify for a mortgage loan. They have to do out of pocket. You want to build a house, you got money for plywood, you go buy what you can. And then you transport it up this very difficult road and you start building. Now, if you are a lessee that has the means, that's not a challenge. But the measure of success for Kahiki Nui, as we look at other Kuleana awards, how many people are occupying that space full time? Not many. After 30 years, we have maybe 20 out of 70 some lots. We have 30 that are unawarded. So we have to just drill down to the most fundamental principles of what this has become over 30 years. And so when we talk about expanding Kuleana Awards based on the only existing model that we can draw from, and the question that's laid before us as a commission, how can we make it better? We have to start with Kahiki Nui. And my fundamental statement back to the department, we're not going to have those answers today, but the department must commit themselves to lessons learned to promote success. And as we expand, I'm not convinced that the department has learned sufficient lessons to say, to come before this commission and say, we've thought this through and we are prepared to promote success. I just don't get that. And so as I continue to promote opportunities for lessees who really want to occupy Aina, I want to say to the department, before you come to us, start thinking deeply about what you're going to do and what you're willing to bring back to us for consideration. And then we can have that discussion. That's what I'm saying here today. Thank you.
So if you listen carefully between the lines, what I think I heard was there's an opportunity to do all of the sort of things that you're recommending, but come back to the commission with a budget to implement those things. Because that's where the commission can help make it more successful.
Chair, I had two more questions and I'll be
Yes,
fast.
yes.
Thank you. One was, there's this discussion about deciding who gets offered these Kuleana leases and going other than wait list, right? That we already have and we establish. And yeah, I think Walapue is proposing to, they want to create a short list of people who are active in the community, in that particular development right now, for us to select from in awarding. And I understand why they want the buy-in, but do you have, how can we do anything other than just go to the wait list that we've
So
we've
you select
established?
what wait list you're gonna use, right, Pastor? You still have to go to the wait list.
Stay in that order of the wait
I mean,
list.
unless we can think of how to
So-
circumvent.
I'll try to answer. I think right now, currently, other than specific rules that allow for the choosing of qualified applicants outside of the wait list normal process, it's informing the applicant how difficult this is really going to be and do you really want to be?
Yeah.
So just
But you give them the opportunity to opt in the order.
correct. This is real homesteading. If you want to move to the next meeting, pass orientation, come on by. But in orientation, you've been told, there's the mountain, there's the road. Very little support at this time. If you're serious, move to the next meeting.
Okay, so last question. The management of natural resources and Kaikinui, they have the forest reserve and they manage the hunting and whatever. Is that a necessary component of this kind of Kuleana leasing, or was that unique to Kaikinui?
It's the concept, that we build that relationship to the land and the resources, that there is a Kuleana to that, the resource.
So if we want to continue to do Kuleana leasing in some form, as we're identifying suitable property that would be suitable for that kind of development, there has to be a component of part of that property has to be some natural
Doesn't have to be, I think.
area that that the community has to
It's a
maintain.
benefit
It
of
cannot be
choosing.
just strictly provide off the grid housing opportunities.
Yes, you could, but the benefit of this is looking at being able to manage resources, have that part built into a lease that we don't have now.
In the case of Kahikinui, it was the proposers that came forward that said, as part of our Kuleana program, we will take responsibility for restoring the forests. So that was built into the DCRs, it was built into the lease. It doesn't have to be for each
Okay.
Kuleana project.
That's what I was trying to figure out. But it can be, and in the right setting, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I make? some
Yes.
comment? So, and I'm just thinking out of the box. In the case where we get an architect for that, maybe, and I'm not sure what all the criteria goes within the county on TMKs, what the requirement is, but it seems like they go through approvals through several different departments, fire department, planning, and so on and so forth. But through our architect is possibly negotiate with the county once we do our meets and bounds to give us TMKs. That architect would assign once those lots are assigned. Because they have to go through several different loops. Okay, I need your approval, I need your approval. But if they're gonna give our architect the approval for the building, outside of making sure that we meet the health and safety requirements and the uniform building code. If they're willing to give us that opportunity to assign our TMKs, give that person the authority, that may be the loop that we need to move forward. It's thinking out of the box, but we do have relationships with certain counties and they might say, hey, gets us off our back. It still gets TMKs so that they can get insurance and so on and so forth. So that's one other thing. One other thing is to Commissioner Kapu's concern about special management areas outside of the Kuleana. In the Anahola Kuleana, we're only using like 400 of 2,000 acres. Referring back to the revocable permit process for the Kuleana to protect areas that encompass their area or adjacent to their area, they have the first right of refusal for a revocable permit to manage that area. So we don't have hunters shooting into our program. So that is a program where we can protect that. Then there's another thought process to go to DLNR and do an MBA and have them manage it under the Kuleana. So there is a protection for that Kuleana, and it gives us opportunity to expand if we need to expand, if we want to do that. But it protects that group so we're not out in the middle of nowhere, fighting with folks that are doing stuff that we don't want to do. So, thank you.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I could, I would like to call up Blossom and Des because Blossom has a lot of historical involvement with Kahiki Nui as well as Des. So when we talk, if I could.
I was gonna call her up. She signed up for public testimony.
Oh, okay.
Good
Thank
time.
you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Again.
Awesome. Public testimony.
Thank you, Julie.
Sure.
As well as being a founder, but this list for music like does anybody come across those kind of burning stuff? All right. So mahalo, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to testify to item G5. I am asking the commission for permission to include Des Brown in my testimony. So, there's always been this issue about Kahiki Nui and the Kuleana Homestead Program. From a historic perspective, when we decided that there was a need in our beneficiary community for access to land, and the only options we had were improved lots at a high cost, and understanding that Kahiki Nui would have never been able to get on the budget map because of the high cost of development. We came up with an idea that if you provided raw land, much like the original homestead project in Kalamaula, we may be able to move people on the land faster. And, fortunately, we did have kupuna around us at the time, who actually gave us some really good foundational work in terms of what kind of Kanaka should be allowed to live in Kahiki Nui. This is the kind of skills that they need. And we also made a commitment that we would ask the department for very little financial resources. This is in 1990, right? Where the department was getting, I don't know, maybe $1 million for a CIP. Okay. So there was nowhere to go to touch Kahiki Nui. We had a difficulty getting CIP money on the island for Maui alone, right? And so after about 5 years of working with the department and at the time Chair Holy Drake, we developed our master plan and submitted it to the commission. They adopted it. Then we went ahead and worked on rules. And if you look at the rules under 10330, there are specific criteria that we needed to meet as a community and as a beneficiary. That was passed, and then lots were awarded. Lessons learned. We're now in 2022. And the lesson that we learned is that, to be very honest with you, Ka'ohanoa Kahiki Nui at the time really screwed up. Because we did not take a look at the long-term impact that this project would have on our beneficiaries. That's what's number one. Number two, while we knew that they had to, people who took a lot in Kahiki Nui had to have a certain skill set and a certain mana'o we work with the department to just award right off the wait list, right, in rank order. That was our second mistake. And third is that we didn't follow through with our commitment to Kahiki Nui to make sure that everybody that was going to be living there understood their kuleana as beneficiaries of the land. And so as we move forward, we begin to field these questions about mortgage loans, right? Utility conduits. Because after all, Sandwich Out Communications came in and we have no water and we have no electricity, but if we have a generator, we got telephone and internet, right? And so in my past life, I also used to work for Hawaiian Community Assets as a home buyer trainer and educator. And one of the things I learned about mortgages is that mortgages, conventional mortgages would never be available in Kahiki Nui. Simply because the mortgage requires specific meets and bounds in order to attach as collateral for the loan. We opted not to support the department in filing a subdivision map with the county because that would cost money. Right? And we also agreed to less than a county approved roads. It was simple access. We also failed in that we did not develop our own building codes, right? To ensure that all of the homes that were built met simple safety, health and safety standards. So there was a lot of failing, and I think that if we had a little bit more technical support from the department in helping us to address those specific things, we would have been better armed to move forward. Our recommendation based on those lessons learned is simply that before we go to the wait list to award these 30 lots that are currently available, we want to make sure that those that want those lots are physically, mentally, and emotionally capable of living in Kahiki Nui successfully. Okay. This is a full-time resident. She's been there for almost 5 years. Her husband is the successor to one of our founders, Aimokupali, and his wife Lehua. Now, they lived in Honoko'a Valley. So the only difference between Honoko'a and Kahiki Nui is one had plenty of water, one never had. Okay. But they understood the lifestyle, they understood the requirements, and they understood the kuleana. And so, you know, with this here, talking about what's happening in the community today, I think that we really need to take a look at those lessons that we learned in Kahiki Nui in the development moving forward. I know everybody's asking for mortgage loan, everybody's asking for loan funds, everybody's asking for water. But you know, when you signed your lease, you knew you weren't going to get that and you were supposed to get it on your own. And so now people are coming to the department. It's not because they think the department should carry that kuleana, it's that they don't know how to access the resources that are available to them, independent of the department. Okay? And I think if the department can help the applicants on a pastoral wait list to understand what those requirements are, where you can go get those resources, right? And how to be more efficient in your living in Kahiki Nui, I think we'll have a better next round of awards. So. But yeah, so if you guys have any questions for Des or myself, I'm more than happy to help answer.
Question? Or you just want to share how,
Um,
do you want to share how exciting it is, how challenging it is to live in Kahiki?
Heaven, I can tell you that.
You gotta speak it to the mic for the people on the, thank you.
I'm born and raised in Hana. Sort of kind of country style. Thought I knew it when I moved to Kahiki Nui, did not eat it. But Kahiki Nui, it's challenging. My father-in-law, Aimoku, he built us a really big house and we have a 20,000 gallon water catchment. But he built that size catchment because he was told from an insurance agent that he needed a 20,000 gallon catchment to insure his house. After he built that, which was on the only flat level land on the whole lot, because everything's on a slope, the insurance agent said, no, your house little, you got to make 10,000 gallons more. And I'm who was like, well, scratch their head and, but yeah, so we have a 20,000 gallon catchment. We're blessed to not have to go to Ulupalakua to get water, but I would say less than a handful of us have water catchments. Everybody else goes to Ulupalakua back and forth. They go through trucks often within a year because of hauling all that weight and stuff like that. The mortgage thing, that's an issue. I mean, I personally would never trade it for anything. I love that I don't have TV. I don't care, but we have a lot of kids and stuff that do homeschooling. The internet sandwich aisles is sandwich aisles. It's not even a solid reception nowadays. It's
So
kind of
that would-
bad.
So that would be a recommendation going forward.
There's like
in
3
a-
families on the homestead
in-
that depend on the internet for
Yeah,
schooling.
so in your situation, going forward, you feel that adequate broadband access is important?
Yes, it is. Yeah, we go through vehicles often, a lot in a year, every 3 months. 3 months is roughly the average of when you gotta change your brakes, you gotta buy brand new tires. Though the road was paved, the recent project, to our lot, we still need to change our brakes and change our tires every 3 months. It's kind of expensive that way, and if you don't have to change your brakes or your tires, you usually end up hitting the cows that are on the road, so then you gotta get a new vehicle anyway. Just going out there, the road is kind of bad, and when it rains on our lot, we're at lot 75, like halfway up. We've multiple times slid down the driveway because we don't have a paved driveway on our lot. It's like gravel that the rain takes over the side when it rains hard. So we've gone over the side of our driveway and had to call neighbors and try and figure out how to tow us out. But that's like all the time. I mean, I kind of got used to it, but there's a lot of new people that are trying to build a house there. But I've been talking with several lessees and their wives and stuff, and we want to try and see if we can make some kind of like a welcoming committee information packet, whether it's an orientation, but a lot of lessees that I talked to from when I was on the board for Cook want to know why, how, what do you do? Who, people are all like, okay, here's the land, what do I do? But nobody wants to give up their land because that's the land that they were awarded, but a lot of the lessees for Kahikinoor are all kupuna age, 60s, majority 70s, I think. So their kids and grandkids want to come to Kahikinoor, but they have no clue whatsoever how to do that. Some kind of handbook, something, because I mean, a lot of people like Uncle Mo and stuff like that, they have a lot of resources as to who you go to for solar. There's somebody in Kanayo that helps Kahikinoor with their solar panels, their water tanks and stuff. The residents there have plenty mana'o, especially the kupunas, the original people who started. There's plenty resources, but the lessees who haven't come to Kahikinoor or don't even live on Maui have no clue how to reach out to that. But yeah, something like that, a lot of the residents want to do something for the new people that are starting because it would help them, people are coming and building a house and not realizing you have to have a certain kind of roof if you're going to have a rain catchment, they'll put on a roof and realize, okay, I cannot have a rain catchment with that kind of roof. So yeah.
That's, I think, valuable information. I heard a request in there that perhaps staff can maybe come back and seek from the commission some funding on the handbook for
Yeah.
new,
Yeah.
new
And-
folks coming into taking the 30
And-
lots that we're gonna.
Exactly. And for like, if folks decide to do award those unawarded lots, a bunch of us in Kahikinoor been talking, maybe because not everybody can acclimate to Kahikinoor. You have to, yeah. But
So-
maybe we could do like a 3-day weekend test trial. Like you want to live in Kahikinoor, you come live on your lot for 72 hours. After that 72 hours, you tell me if you think you can handle that. I told Blossom 30 days. Give them 30 days. After the 30 days, don't know for sure if they belong in Kahikinoor. The land can tell them whether or not,
Right.
But she's like 72
It is
hours.
about the INA being able to inform you,
Mhm.
okay, because it will tell you whether you're ready for Kahikinoor or not. So part of the back in the day, the orientation process for the award of lots was an orientation, a letter of offering, an orientation meeting where you get all the goodie stuff. You have so much time to decide, meet the paperwork criteria, and then you get to select a lot. Now, in each stage of that process, is where you weed out. Right? So you get invited to the orientation meeting, you don't show up, you're deferred from that office. You don't meet the timeline for the paperwork from orientation, there's another deferral. So the guys who actually did everything they're supposed to do is the one that ends up getting an opportunity to choose a lot. And I think that if we reinstate that type of process for Kahikini and build in those conditions for an orientation, we'll be able to get a better handle on whether or not this beneficiary will be able to successfully homestead in Kahikini.
I do know that Paula is considering those types of things, but
Mhm.
it sounds like there's more detail that she would benefit. I was looking for her in the back, but she would benefit from and have the orientation be more effective. So it's something
Right.
that I'll ask her to reach out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I have a question. So Auntie, did you say that you had to increase your water volume for insurance
Yeah,
requirements?
to get insurance, the fire insurance for the house, we had to, the insurance agent said we needed 30,000 gallons for
That's
the
because
size
you
of
don't
our
have
house.
fire access.
So in a standard mortgage loan agreement, hurricane and fire insurance is required as part of the loan requirements, right? So in talking to the County of Maui Fire Department, they're telling us this is a minimum amount of water you need to have available on your lot in order to be eligible for fire insurance.
I see.
Challenge, we cannot get wind insurance for hurricanes. Okay, and nor can we get flood insurance, right?
Yeah.
Because the infrastructure in Kahikini does not allow for that kind of a safety net. Okay? But we do know that because of the historic nature of Kahikini and the wildfires that happens there, fire insurance was crucial. And so we did the research, right? Minimum 20,000 gallons, depending on your house, your square footage of your house.
Right.
And then you'll be able to secure fire insurance independently.
And that's because the fire department can't access or won't access.
Well, they can access. I mean,
can.
they do access.
They do.
right?
To a
The
certain
problem
point.
is that they're limited in their ability to access because of the roads, right? But they, Kahikini has experienced wildfires for years, and the fire department is very familiar with the environment out there. And so they make accommodations, but again, beneficiaries or lessees are required to do brush abatement around their lot. So if they're not, and a
Yeah.
fire comes and you don't have a water tank on your property, your house will burn. That is a reality.
Yeah.
okay? And so they cannot blame the department for not doing something when they haven't done their own kuleana.
Yeah.
Right? The idea of calling this program kuleana is simply that you have kuleana
Yeah.
to Kahikini. okay? And in order for you to be able to live in Kahikini successfully, you got to know what that kuleana is. okay? And if you fail to carry that kuleana, then the fault is yours, nobody else. okay? So,
Thank
and
you.
there are people on the wait list that actually buy into that whole thing, right? Into that whole philosophy, and we've seen the success. And so we want to replicate those successes and try to address those failures and those challenges, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, if you were to put a percentage of the community, how many are successes and how many are not?
Out of the 105 lots, there are 70 that were awarded. I would say the success rate after 20 years is 30%. About 30 lots have been,
But of the lots that have, people living up there, how many of them have adapted and are
like are
doing
are
well? And then,
full-time.
yeah, and how many are there are still super struggling?
I would say, well, not necessarily super struggling, but I think.
Is the majority at least?
Majority are
They
full-time
learn and
residents.
The
they figure it
18
out.
lots are full timers.
Yeah.
And then you've got like 3 or 4 that are currently in construction, okay? And there are those that are still trying to figure out what their plan is gonna be, but they maintain a presence on their lot. okay? And so, working with them very closely, in the past has assisted them in figuring out how they're gonna proceed. okay? But yeah, so if you're looking at an overall success rate for kuleana homesteading, it's at 30%.
30.
We got, 30% of the beneficiaries who got awarded are doing something on their land. okay? It's getting them to be full-time and, comply with the rules and, all this other stuff that it's still questionable.
Thank you.
It's true for any other homestead association everywhere. So
Right.
You're not alone. Okay, anyone in the virtual box want to provide testimony? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to in-house and Kiamoko.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
My name is Kiamoko Kapu. I live up in the valley in Kauaula right behind us. I'm a Kuleana landowner. Been in litigation for 20 some odd years. Finally, summary judgment from the Supreme Court. The reason why I bring up this point is when you talk about Kuleana, you got to define what that is. I live on Kuleana lands. So what it took for me to basically establish myself within this valley was to look at the infrastructure. And when you look at the infrastructure, you got to look at amenities pertaining to what the county has versus what the state's requirements are. So I've learned a lot when it comes to what it takes for Kuleana to apply for those pertinent rights. And when you look at pertinent rights, there's a big question behind that on whether or not the rights go with the land or versus the rights go with the Kuleana. And if it goes with the Kuleana, then you're talking about having traditional customary rights too. So at the same time, it's been complicated for me because I've been on Zoom listening to the Seaworm meeting that's going on right now, and they're going to be here tomorrow in Kihei for our West Maui water use plan. And I listening to this, and I love the presentation that Julie did, because our Kanaka today, they're getting agitated to a point as to where when we start looking at trying to make sure that we're not creating failures for our Kanaka, we tend to forget the fact that the more they lose hope in the society that is for us. So when I started my Kuleana, my responsibility pertaining to how I'm going to fit into the society, I found out a lot of things, and I hope the commission takes into serious consideration that when you're dealing with the county, it depends on whether or not your area or your property is a public utility use area. And why I say that is because there was a fire that happened in 2018. 21 homes burnt in Lahaina town. And in despite of the brush abatement basically that didn't have, the bottom line it boiled down to the fire department doesn't go into an area if it's not public utility regulated. And that's what they excused when we did the investigation to find out how come nobody was there to take responsibility for the Kuleana that lived totally off the grid. So the bottom line, the excuse for the fire department was there wasn't a public utility area. That's the reason why they were told to stay out. So I just bring these things up for your consideration because there is possibilities. And I love the plan. And I don't think that, I just hope that you guys take into real serious consideration because our Kanaka, they don't have the financial means to basically start where they need to start. Sometimes they got to take steps, small steps, like how I did. It took me 20 some odd years to establish my place as a true Kuleana. And I looking at the comparisons or the comparables on what there is within the department and what I dealt with as a Kuleana, where I had to apply for my water use permit through the Commission on Water Resources Management. I had to, after I got final summary judgment, go to and file my papers with the Bureau of Conveyance so I can put the information together so I can get the information to the tax office. And Maui County has certain amenities when it comes to structures and development. I don't know whether or not the state, other islands are similar, but Maui kind of put in a plan for mini homes. And there's one kind of across the street, and I'm totally against it because it doesn't fit within the historic district corridor. But these things are happening before us. And there's other people that are applying that are not Native Hawaiian, that are literally being able to enjoy these so-called amenities. At the same time, we ourselves are debating on whether or not we're setting up our UDCs to fail. So I take strong into what was proposed by the department, by Julie. And I really hope that there is some way that we can fix the problematic situation, because when I talk about our Kanaka getting frustrated and confused and agitated, is because they're getting a lot of distractions coming to them. Like this occupational Hawaii people and all these other amenities that they talk about, that we gotta be nationals in order for us to be self-dependent. So because of all those things, I think maybe the department, there's certain things that you can pull from that little box to figure out what is the Department of Hawaiian Homes, amenities or rights pertaining to land, pertaining to kuleana lands, and how we need to literally stick it to the county and say that if this is not a public utility area, then why are we restricted under the TMK? I don't know, that's just something that I've been pondering on for a long time, because my dad passed 2 years ago. He's been on a waiting list for a long time. I applied for a waiting list and when I was 21 years old. I'm 56 years old now, and I'm still waiting. But it just food for thought. I just wanted to offer this to the table. What is the amenities and what is the kuleana, the ultimate kuleana behind the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and looking at the governmental amenities and structures on how we either fit in or if we don't fit in, what is the amenities pertaining to not fitting in to be a part of the so-called kuleana structure of Ko Hawaii Pai'aina. So there's a lot of things that I hope that you guys really consider to adopt the proposed plan. Because yes, Kahiki Nui is a positive example of what is going there. And I'm looking at the list, and my list is kind of still in high after applying in 1989. I just hope you take into consideration, because I'm competent, my kids are competent, my kids are on the list. We have a lot of Kanaka in Lahaina that have been waiting on a list, and we see these kinds of amenities as a potential good thing for our community, because everybody else benefiting but us. And I'm talking about not the Kanaka of the lesser percentage, I'm talking about the non-Kanakas is benefiting off of all these amenities and the things that we're talking about. So mahalo. Thank you for allowing me.
Mahalo, Kim. We struggle with that all the time. Like, what is our jurisdiction and what is our role and how do we work with? So it's what you just said is something that the commission and the staff struggles with every day. So mahalo.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add a
Oh, yeah.
couple things? I love her proposal. But like Randy said, we gotta go to Kahiki Nui and try these things to see if it'll be a success for any other. I mean, this is like, yeah, Kahiki Nui, they could use a lot of the stuff and they'd appreciate a lot of the stuff. Also, one other thing, little over a year ago, we had one of our lessees on the top of the homestead call 911. It took the emergency response team an hour and 45 minutes to get to their house. Because they were lost. It was at night, they were lost. I had to go run to a neighbor's house, well, not run, drive to a neighbor's house at 11:30 at night, get them up to get their mule or side by to go up the road to go pick up the emergency response team and take them up to a lessee's house. Everybody felt that's totally unacceptable. Hour 45 minutes for somebody that at the time we thought was a lessee who was on oxygen. It was crazy. So the Kahiki Nui Firewise Committee are in conversations with the fire chief, with my police department, and a couple emergency response teams. We plan to bring them to Kahiki Nui for a day orientation with their vehicles that they think will make it to the top of Kahiki Nui or not, so they can see the terrain. We've working on digital maps that are halfway finished, And the fire chief is all open to that. Because
I
they
think-
want to see the terrain daytime.
Before I go to Randy, I think somebody take a GPS point at the entrance.
Mhm.
And that information is most critical because they can input that into their computers and not get lost. Randy?
The computer's not necessarily going to work in Kahikinoe.
Okay, good point. Good point. Gotta get.
Chair Moku, mahalo for being here, because I'm familiar with your land struggles and your accomplishments, so your mana'o is very valuable. I want to make something clear as a commissioner, and I think this body of commissioners, we are not opposed to what Julie has brought before us. When I say that my caution to the department is not to set our beneficiaries up for failure. What I really mean is do more to promote success. I really, in observing, when we have 30% of our lessees occupying aina in Kahikinoe over a 30-year period, I think we can do better. I think we can do more to bring our people onto the land in order to thrive. That's my mana'o. That's where I'm coming from. And as a commission, I really would like to hear more from the department in a little bit, in a more meaningful and step-by-step solutions. Because when we sit here, we get this shotgun of information. It's difficult for me anyway in my process to figure out what are the first steps forward. And our goal here is to, as you point out, Keomoku, we recognize our people need a leg up. We recognize that the system has to be fluid and diverse. But what I've learned from looking at Kahikinoe, even when we look at King's Landing, this unresolved issue, if we're going to move forward, we have to do more to promote success. And that's what I want the people in the room to attach themselves to, promote success. That's really what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
The commission and the staff
Thank
are
you.
welcome to come stay Kahikinoe 3 days, 72 hours.
All right. Mahalo nui. Okay,
Mahalo.
we're gonna close this off. I believed I asked if there was anybody online. There was answers. No. Okay, we're gonna move to the next thing in our agenda, which is an executive session. So I'm gonna ask the commission to move a motion to go into executive session and then take a 5-minute break. So we can.
So move. Second.
All right, excellent. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, 5-minute break, folks. Can you cut this off till we are back? All right.
Followed by
Blossom, followed by Blossom. and
Yes,
then
I'm here.
Donna. Good, good. Thank you for your patience. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Roy Oliveira. I am currently president of Waihu Co Phase 3. And I'd like to bring to the attention of the commissioners something that's happening in our area. And I don't know, I believe it could be happening in other areas too. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. Am I able to share screen on this presentation?
yes.
Yeah, give us a second.
Oh, you do.
Go ahead, Roy.
Thank you. I hope everybody can see this graphic, but it's here to
Is it-
show. Can you see that?
Can you make it bigger? Is it possible?
Bigger? Okay.
Yes. Try 2 times bigger. No, you went wide and it's smaller. There, perfect.
Okay. What I'm trying to show here is how long this has been going on. And the problem we're having is in the areas between, well, right now between us and Waihu 4, I'm not really sure if it's happening in Waihu 2 or 1 or, but it's happening here. And what it is probably 3 things. I guess the unencumbered land there is being used for dirt bikes. And this started in 2019. And then as more people started using this place, it became a trash dump and also, I guess, a camping area, homeless camping. So, so it's been gradually progressing throughout the years. And this year, I don't know, I had to step in because I was seeing the potential of leases and people that were camping out here and riding bikes and whatever. I was seeing the possibility of confrontations. And to me, I'm all about the leases of my community here. And when people come to me and tell me that they're not happy with something, I try to address that. And what I'm trying to address is something to the attention of DHHL and the Hawaiian Homes Commission, because it's out of my jurisdiction. I deal with whatever is inside of our fences. But this is unencumbered land outside of our fence. So as these 2 bottom ones show, I went to the commissioner, Randy Awo, in early September. Well, actually it was in August. And then early September, he had suggested to me I should come to the J agenda and bring it up to the commission. So that's what I'm doing here. And
Well, Roy, I appreciate you bringing it to our attention. I don't want to bore you with the fact that we have one compliance officer right now. We will take the conditions that you brought to our attention and try to figure out a more creative way, given the limitations that we have. Possibly working more closely with Sheriff's Department and the AG's office, because those are the tools that are available to us right now.
Okay. I realize that, well, the J agenda, what I'm doing is bringing it to your attention because the leases here want something addressed. So that's why I'm doing it.
Okay, I'm acknowledging the concern that you're bringing forward, and I will look at staff to see what we can do given the resources that we have right now. I can assure you that it is not only happening in this homestead, it's happening in every homestead. Having stated that, we're aware of the problem. We have to look at what opportunities and what creativity we can use to try to help address the issues. Is there any indication that any of those dirt bikes are homesteaders or non-homesteaders?
They could be. It's just a lot of them. There's quite a bit of them. So I would say maybe some of them are homesteaders.
Okay, that something that would be helpful if we could identify that what homestead they're affiliated with, and then we could put the lessee on notice. That sometimes helps. So if you're able to come by that information, that would be helpful. The homeless folks, not sure if they're related to homesteaders, and that's, they've been chased out of the house. If there's any intel regarding that situation, that would be helpful too. But absent that, we will, Randy did the right thing by you bringing it to the commission, and the administration will take a look at it, given the resources that we have.
Question, Ms. Oliveira, the three concerns you raised, one was the dirt bikes, one was burning, rubbish and stuff, and then the homeless in general. From what you know, are those three distinct groups of people, or is it all the same group?
To me, I think they're not all the same group. And the reason why I say that is because they haven't happened at different times. You're right. The rubbish, the trash burning might be people that are camping there, but there's other people that are using the land to dump rubbish, and they're just driving in, dumping it, and leaving. So yeah, I got a feeling that's a lot of different things. It's not just one source.
So for for your association and your lessees, certainly the homeless situation and the dumping of rubbish unacceptable needs to be addressed. If the dirt bike users, if some of them are actually homesteaders, I'm just curious, is that equally of a concern for your lessees, or is it mainly the other two that are problems?
I think they're all concerns, because I took a survey here through our website, and that survey shows that each of these three elements are concerns. And I'm trying to bring it to the attention of the Hawaiian Homes Commission that what I see as a remedy to this problem is to secure the area. So that would mean gates and possibly a fence. I'm not into fencing myself, but I introduced something that maybe a bougainvillea barrier. It has a little more aesthetics to it.
Well,
But
one of the possible solutions may be to find an interested community group who wants to use the property. And then they keep all the unacceptable use out, the homeless camping and the burning of rubbish and so forth. But it sounds like one of those interested community groups may be the dirt bike guys, the club or something. So I don't know if that's, I'm trying to figure out if there's some way your association might be willing to work with, as somebody responsible, gonna take charge. Maybe there's some opportunity to, to generate, some kind of simple income opportunity. I'm not sure, but I'm trying to figure out if that's even, if you folks would even consider that, or no, it's dusty, it's noisy, no way.
We had some people that, well, our treasurer, Daniel Ornelas, was there last night, so was I. And we're trying to work with DHHL to secure about 2 acres of land that we would like to open community gardens with. And this is adjacent to the same area. So as far as taking it over, our association would be willing to do that, working with DHHL and the Hawaiian Homes Commission. But we would only be able to do that in parcels, pieces. So I don't think this land that's in between there, that's quite a bit bigger than the 2 acres we're imagining to take over for now. And as far as the dirt bikes, some of the people that brought this up to my attention are mothers that were not really interested in talking with the dirt bikers about using the land because they're worried about small children and babies not being able to.
Yeah, got it. Enough
Yeah.
said. Yeah, got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
If I could,
Yes, go ahead, Randy.
yes, so Roy, on the homeless issue, I want to refer you back to the email that Daniel Ornelas sent about the coalition partnership with DOT, and they coming every so many months, they will come to Maui. And then it's the coordination has to occur with DHHL. In this case, our district managers would probably be the appropriate person. And it's that coalition of agencies that go to various sites. One of them can be DHHL, as Daniel has pointed out. And we can work through that partnership to address the homeless issue. Now, when it does come to homelessness, places are cleared out. Over time, they return. So it's an ongoing effort. Now, as far as the dirt bikes, that's a tough one. Wherever they show up, it's very difficult to enforce. They're highly mobile. They're hard to get caught up to. I don't have the answer for you today, but when you say camping, what does that mean? Are you referring to the homeless population or it's another separate activity?
I was referring to the homeless population.
Okay, so if
if the department can work with Daniel, that addresses two of your issues. As far as a dirt bike, yeah, I don't have an answer for that right now, but guess we have to keep thinking that through. So that's all I got. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Roy?
Yes,
No, I was gonna say, if you could just wrap up.
oh, sure. I just wanted to know if the commission received the testimony I sent in, and I will be probably supplementing that with some more intel that you've requested.
Yeah, the more information you can provide, the better for us, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
letting me speak on this, and mahalo for your work.
Thank you for your work also. Next agenda item, last one. You wanna wait? Or you, okay, you wanna wait to testify? We'll go to the next person. I'll leave it up to you. It's your turn. Okay, so I'll call you after. We'll go to Donna Sterling.
Hi. Chair, can you hear me?
All right, go ahead, Donna.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can. I can't see you,
Thank
but
you.
I can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, hang on, stand by. Can't start your video because the host has stopped it. Oh. Okay, well, I'm gonna talk. Anyway, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm here today. The purpose is to bring forward two projects that will be coming before you again, if not by October, maybe November. And those two projects deal with water in Kahikinui. I'm the president of Kahikinui Hawaiian Homestead Association and a resident of Kahikinui for 22 years. I'm going to open this this testimony with a fact. Based on May 18th, 2022, the National Weather Service Honolulu Forecast Office Media Advisory expected drought conditions to worsen through the summer months and continue into the wet season. These expected conditions have materialized in Kahikinui and the state of Hawaii at large. The current September 6, 2022 U.S. Drought Monitor map of Hawaii shows D1 moderate drought to D4 exceptional drought on the island of Maui. So with that being said, last year, I'll take the first project, which is Board of Reclamation. Last year, 2021, September, we were referred to a grant that was available from the Board of Reclamation, Smart Water, which are federal in the continent of the United States. And we put a grant team together, we applied. We were the only applicant, KHHA, and we got approved. The initial grant amount was $600,000. After a year of communication and other narratives that were unforeseeable, we finally now have a RFP vendor to deliver water to our homestead main gate, approximately 4,000 to 8,000 gallons twice a week. And that would run 25 weeks. And although the project hasn't started, we now, I have initiated a request to the Board of Reclamation via CWRM to extend our water time from 25 weeks to 52, which is equal to 1 year. So with that being said, and we have a vendor in position to deliver potable water, we're now working on the tank holders at the main gate. And I'm working with Shelley Land Management in Kahana to go through the process of an application for long-term Hawaiian homes list. The designation of this water is for human consumption and also for animals and fire. and we'll be doing more on that project. I'm going to move to the second project, which is at Ulupalakua parcel, 2 acres, which is owned by Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This area in Ulupalakua, since the 1990s, I believe, we, Kahiki Nui, have a meter, the HHL meter, dedicated to us so we can fill up haul out of the 2 acres. Generally speaking, the lot itself has not been tended to. The area, when I arrived there in August 2nd to fill up my water jugs, I had 2 to 3 bulls, approximately 1,200 pounds each, sitting on Driscoll water lines, blocking the spigot where we get our water hooked up. So we shooed them away. With that cattle from a nearby ranch impacting denying me access to my water line, I did a quick report and gave it back to, turn it into Kahana and Shelley, which was the area needs to be surveyed, hopefully by Austin Satsumi, find the boundary pins. There are reports of burial that needs to be done by archaeology, possibly Tanya Lee Grieg, Aina Archaeology, and the easement that covers the Driscoll lines on the ground are approximately 8 to 10 unconfirmed. And those lines have meters that run below the parcel to the Mackay side private landowners. So with that being said, after I did my report, by August 16th, Shelley said, we have this program that was just introduced to the commission meeting, approved in 2021, which is the revocable permit pilot project. And this project could fall into that category. So with that being said, I have done transparency with Cook, Ulupalakua Ranch, Kanayo people, the honey people that get our water. Everybody's been advised about what to do, and especially the ranch, Triple L Ranch, that allows their animals to, the bulls especially, to go in and wait for the water to fill up, and then they come in, they wait under the avocado tree, then come in. So with that being said, thank you, LMD, the land management, Shelley, for the, the revocable permit. It came perfect for the Ulupalakua situation. Right now, I'm hoping that Cook and KHHA will sit down and meet and see if we can get to the deadline of October 15th, 2022 to submit to Shelley the long-term, the revocable permit. So I think that is about it. Chair, that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Donna, questions, commissioners? Okay, no questions. Thank you very much. I'll follow up with Shelley and Kahana.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Kaleo? Are you ready, Kaleo?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Aloha.
Big mahalo and big aloha to you, Mr. Chair, and members of the commission for the approval of F2. It was long awaited, with the pandemic and everything. ROE 689. I actually prepared a 3-page report to read, but thank goodness I don't have to read it now. But what I did want to do is put on a radar ROE 696 fog drip project. Kelly had submitted a copy of our revised budget plus our asked for an extension on the fog drip project. And after looking over the project, we came with $180,000 shortfall. So that's food for thought. It's been submitted already. I don't know if you got it already. And lastly, I commend Donna for wanting to bring water to the community. As you know, we need the water. But I'd like to request something in writing, preferably a letter of intent, and then a detailed proposal on how she tend to bring the water into Kahiki Nui. Because from what I understand, there's no place to put the water, even though we get water. That's all.
Okay, question? Seeing none, thank you so much, Kaleo.
You're welcome. Aloha.
Aloha. Liliana Napoleon.
Aloha, Chair.
Aloha.
Alrighty, awesome. Yep, so I'll go ahead and get started. I'll try not to take too much of your time. But really here today, just to kind of bring onto the radar the Naiva subdivision, to give you folks a little bit of a background of myself. Grandmother received her lease back in 1986, I believe that was. So here we are today in the year 2022. And it sounds like there is progress that has been made, so far with the infrastructure. We're trying our best on the ground to work with the lessees. So we have started an alliance, the Naiva Agricultural Subdivision Alliance. And through that, we're working with the 58 lots in specific to help them with building competency and access to credit capital, and just kind of understanding the process when it comes to homeowner builder. I earlier within the call, I did hear another topic area about homeowner builder, and yes, it's a process. It's something that not an average person would understand. So we want to be able to break it down for them in a simplified form, and also to ensure that our lessees are well aware of the difference, between a fee simple compared to a lease and what comes with the obligation of having this lease. Also with that lease being a farm lease for subsistence. So we plan to work with Hawaiian Community Lending and building that portion out. Also with CTAR, so the University of Hawaii, in providing some entry level, small scale farming, just to kind of provide that skill set of what it looks like to create a subsistence farm on a typical 5-acre lot. So we'll be working in that direction. And then also, we've just kind of been partnering with agencies such as Naku'uwai and providing access to COVID kits, also with CTAR and the SNAP education for them to get nutrition courses and so forth. So we've been just trying to keep our lessees active while everybody kind of patiently awaits to see what will be the next steps in terms of completion of the infrastructure. I know one area that is definitely in dire need is the water, but of course it sounds like it's across the board, for just about every developmental and subdivision. So we'll continue to wait patiently. Also, if there's anything that we can do to help, in terms of like testimonies, if there's like a specific bill that we can help to kind of submit on our end, we're willing to do that.
Well, thank you, Liliana. Question? Okay, well, thank you so much. We will be happy to answer any questions that you have regarding any of the concepts that you discussed, and you know how to get a hold of us.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
mahalo nui for your hard work.
Thank you guys. All right, you guys too. Appreciate it.
Bo Kahui.
Hello, Chair, members of the Commissioner. My name is Paul Kahui, and I'm a director for the Laiapua Community Development CDC Corporation, a nonprofit, which is our mission is to help our homestead community here in the villages of Laiapua and other surrounding homestead areas. Thank you for the opportunity for me to be here. I understand that the budget was approved, but for clarification, if someone could contact me on attachment E on the H1 budget approval attachment E, page 1. You have water source development for North Kona, $40 million in parentheses for design and construction, which isn't an ask, but I believe that it was part of Act 279. So just want a clarification on that. And if it is, then those funds should be available expeditiously to initiate water source development for Kona and our homestead community housing development plan and economic development opportunities.
Well,
Likewise,
sorry, Bo, I was going to say if it's listed in the supplemental sufficient excuse me, back up. If it's listed in the sufficient sums ask budget that it is now, that is not for Act 279 funds.
that is correct.
That's
So
separate.
So I just wanted clarification because it's not listed under the fiscal year 2024-25, but it does show up in parentheses under the project component. And I would assume that that's in reference to Act 279. So
No, so it's not in reference to, it's a separate ask.
okay. Okay, so assuming that that's the case, then the project components then is funded under this particular exhibit attachment E.
That's what the ask will be. So I just want to make sure that you understand. That's what the ask will be in the sufficient sums.
Well, it's not listed under your fiscal year 24-25. I'm just merely just trying to get clarification on attachment E. It's under the project component in parentheses, $40 million. I'm presuming because it does note in your Act 279 budget from last discussion that under that proposed act, it was approved $40 million for water source development and then housing development. And then secondly, I think even the item below that under the same exhibit attachment E, you have again an allocation of $14 million in parentheses under the project components that addresses the beneficiaries not served by the Village for Akau development. So again, we take any kind of funding that's going to help the construction of our homestead. I don't care where it comes from, but just out of clarification, you know, I'm a little bit confused. Here's your budget that they asked for, but then you have it in parentheses outside the budget. So again, I suspect it's part of Act 279. And then, you know, if
I will check and get a definitive answer back to you.
yeah, and if Rodney or somebody could explain how that relates to our community development plan, we would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In addition to that, you did make an ask for the initiation of a commercial development at the Honokahau lands of 200 acres. In that particular, I guess, ask, it's under GIA. And so again, who would be asking for that? Because we had come before the commission several years ago to provide a proposal to build the community museum, commercial center. You know, I had funding sources. There was significant opportunity there, and then we got denied that opportunity. And once again, I refer back to Commission Act, in which as Native Hawaiians, we should be given these mercantile opportunities with partnerships that we build within our community to help us get to X, right? So,
So I need some clarification, Bo. So who denied you the ask in the budget?
no, when we set the proposal before the commission, you never acted on our proposal.
Okay, so we never put it in the sufficient sums budget. Is that correct?
That is correct at the time. It's here now. And is it here for anyone to apply, or is this a GIA DHHL proposal?
Okay, so the department doesn't apply for GIAs.
I didn't think so, correct.
Right, so the individual homestead associations or homestead affiliated groups apply for GIAs.
I'm a little suspect with this one because here we did provide you a project development plan of which we had sufficient funding. And then now we got to go ask for funding, more funding to go and see if we can apply for this opportunity. Does this opportunity available for community CDCs like myself or associations to pursue outside the department? I think that's a question that I'd like the department to ask, because the department failed Laipua CDC several years back when we came before the commission to request to pursue this action.
Yeah, I take exception with your word failed. We failed the group. The commission did not provide the answer that you wanted. So it's a matter of, I think, semantics, right? So I take exception to that. It is the commission's decision to apply trust funds and to apply funds that are at its disposal across groups across the state. So I don't want to get into an argument, but I hear what you're saying.
I mean, if LCDC went to pursue these GIA funds for the purposes of developing 200 acres of homestead land, we will be able to give you those up. We will have those opportunities avail us.
Any organization has the opportunity to go to the state legislature or any outside funding, grant funding. And I know you know that. So if you are turned down by the commission, then yes, by all means, seek all measures that are available to you.
Yeah, we didn't ask for fund. We actually asked for a lease of the property to conduct the development. And I think this is where I think the rubber meets the road. Where
so we have many requests like that coming in. We have a process that we're looking at to move those requests forward. So I'll make sure that your request is put back in that process.
I appreciate that, because I think this gives us a huge economic opportunity for our community, and to address, I think, housing, our housing plan, our retail business opportunities, a workforce opportunity. So it was a really broad, really incredible, I think, initiative, at least by our group. Hopefully we will resurrect it, and maybe we can bring it back to you, assuming, of course, we can make it happen. In our regional plan of 2000, in May of 2020, we had requested to establish a Kona office. And you do allocate funds for that operating need. We appreciate that. Thank you for acknowledging that as we try to seek your kukua in that matter. Under the lot development proposal, under attachment B1, we again applaud the department approval for the Laipua utility and infrastructure changes that are going to come down, 500,000. The North Kona exploratory well, $2 million that was placed in the budget, in addition to the Act 279 of $2 million. So that would put in that budget year approximately $4 million, to which LCDC will be submitting a request to develop a lower level water source, hopefully next month. And then lastly, I think there was the transmission, the North Kona well transmission and storage of storage of water, including 600 lots development of $45 million in the fiscal year 2025. So this really enhances, I think, the opportunity to finish or begin the design and construction of phase, Village 1 and 2. Then lastly, I think statewide, environmental and mitigation mediations on Hawaiian land is, which is on the bottom of its attachment B1. There's a placement of 2 million each year. And again, those funds just only refer to the department's budget, or is that also available for grant opportunities by CDCs?
My understanding is that is an ask that the department is making. Correct?
Okay. Okay, and so are those available to CDCs for to acquire and pursue specific projects related to environmental mitigation and remediation or acquisition?
I don't want to rule it out, but at this time, this is an ask. So until we're sure that we have the money, I think it's premature to answer that question.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one last comment on Laiupua CDC assisted Village 4 with the problems they've been having with their water and utility bills. So I put together a plan with a landscaper here in Kona, sent it to the developer. First of all, we did request information from the land division. Stuart told me and sent me an email that it was the developer's responsibility. I got to the developer, we provided him a plan, an action plan. And since then, they've approved the action plan, and we are moving to do a retrofit in areas and a water audit for each home along the hillside that have utility bills or water bills that exceed $1,000 a month. So LCDC took the initiative along with several members in Village 4 to come up with a plan. We are also, so we started that plan. We started the retrofit.
Okay.
And I think couple problems with the developer and the understanding about common areas in our association. So we're going to make a clarification on that. Common areas are usually managed by the association. In this case, because they're not association members yet, just areas would be managed by Ikaika Ohana. Now,
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, the hillside is dangerous. People are using it to cultivate plants. We know that it's a serious risk to Ikaika Ohana, but it would be a serious risk to the department down the road. So we've asked for a declaration that the Ikaika Ohana send out a declaration that these are restricted areas, so that then these areas would reduce the department's liability and the developer's liability and risk to health and safety. There's much more. I know that it's been a long day for the commissioners. I'll put that in my next testimony as I appear before the commission in Hilo.
Thank you
Any
both for taking the initiative to reach out to Ikaika Ohana. That is the community process. So thank you very, very much.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's let Pastor Allen in.
Aloha, Chair, Commissioners. Aloha. Thank you so much for the opportunity. For the record, Alan Cardenas Jr., reporting from Nanakuli Homestead. Thank you for the opportunity to share. I just have 5 quick things to share with you folks, an update in regards to what's happening. One is Nani Ahi Place, 891137. Chair, thank you so much for your immediate attention in keeping out the squatters. Unfortunately, I know that you guys are looking at designating a successor for that, and even hiring a contractor to, I think, clear the property and demo the house. Unfortunately, the neighbors have complained of increase of rats and mice in their homes and properties. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. I know you guys are working to get the contractor out there, but that's a top of the list for us in Nanakuli. The second one is the 89217 Po Ave. That is right next to our church at Nani Kapono Protestant Church. That the person that was seen starting a fire at Nani Ahi Place is now squatting on that property, which is a major concern for us because of his mental health. Not only that, that property does not have plumbing, working water and electricity, and people are squatting on a property, which is creating an unsanitary condition as well. And I know that you guys are working to find a successor for that, but wanted to give you guys an update. Our NSW Neighborhood Security Watch team is monitoring that home as well. The third one is not in our community, but we are partnering with other homestead leaders in District 8 of the police department. This one is in Kanehili. I believe Jody Akau had sent in some information. The reports I got this morning is drug activity from last night, this morning on a property. I think HPD was called. So that's the top 3. But the main one I wanted to focus on this morning was 89435 Kealana Ave. I believe you guys had a contested case hearing in regards to that at our community's request. I'm not sure what action was or actions were taken as a result of the contested case hearing, but our community has not seen any improvement. In fact, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. And as I was listening to the conversations earlier, I was wondering, again, I don't know what's happening, who's supposed to be doing what in regards to that property, but I was wondering if our neighborhood security watch team could temporarily hanai the property, use that for, to bring healing, because we need it in that community, place that we can dedicate as prayer, worship, Bible studies. I believe darkness is not the problem in our community, lack of light is. So that's 4 things that I want to submit to you folks before I share with the last one. And I want to close on a good note. So is there anything that you guys can share publicly, or is this something that's still being discussed in executive sessions, Chair?
Yeah, with regards to the contested case, we can't share anything at the moment.
Okay.
But we will take your request into consideration about the Hanai concept. I have to talk to the attorneys to see if that's, number 1, legal, number 2, if that introduces any liability for you folks. So I will check, and if I can legally get back to you, I will.
But Chair, here's my thing. Druggies, people with illegal hurts, habits, and hangups have been hanaiing that for the last 18 years. And that hasn't been very good. So I figure if we go in the opposite spirit and do good there, maybe. So I know you have to clear that with the AG's office and so forth. So just a thought. So if I may close with my last update from our NSW team is I wanted to thank you, Chair, also Juan Garcia, for working with us in just the change and supporting our neighbor security watch. This is Juan Garcia on the right, the picture on the right. This is Mana Olean. He spent 26 years in prison, former shot caller, gang member. Now he's a special forces on our neighbor security watch team, going out there and good, supporting our police officers. We did an Operation Blue Light Christmas on Halimakano Nanakuli to bless 100-something children. It was awesome and amazing. This is our NSW team on Kealana Ave. We went there to pray. We went there to just walk that area, to love our neighbors, show our neighbors, let our light shine. We believe that we as a community can and must be the change, but we need the support of the commission and the department as well. This is, most of the guys in a red shirt were our convicted criminals. They were incarcerated. We have adopted clean and sober homes. We're working with them to put the neighbor back in the hood. That's our neighborhood security watch. So this is the type of rhythm, the type of presence that we want to set up at Kealana Avenue in Nanakuli. This is Mana, first time in his life riding in the front seat of a police car. Most of his life he was riding in a back seat, but that's him doing good in our community. So this is really what we want to see expand throughout all District 8. And hopefully this can be a template for other homesteads across the islands. Again, this is us working with our police department, with people that was in prison, helping to change their life and to do good back in the community. So anyway, that's a quick update, but thanks, Chair, for your support. Thank you, Juan Garcia and the department. Thank you so much. We can't do it without you guys, but I feel like there's so much more we can do, so much more, Chair. But we just need some guidance. We need you guys' leadership and help to kind of help us to be more effective and efficient going forward. So that's my update.
Mahalo, and I appreciate all the efforts at bringing light to the darkness. You guys are succeeding, and we will continue to help you any legal way we can. Commissioner Deruya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Pastor Allen, and thank you for all the highlights. I know we can't talk about several things because it was in our executive session, but the Kanahili one is an ongoing. I went down to Kanahili and checked out the concerns that the neighborhood security watch in Kanahili brought on that drug house that is actively going. And it's happening out there, which Jody and the neighborhood security watch has brought to our attention. I also met with the Kealana residents that live there, and they are working to form their own neighborhood security watch, and they would like to take charge of their own Kuleana, which is Series 7, and Kealana, and which is a great initiative. When I spoke to them, I wanted to bring to your attention that, Mr. Chair, when I talked to the Kealana and commissioners, when I talked to the Kealana residents that we met last week, Thursday, before this meeting, is that there is ongoing things are still happening. We did have a contested case hearing. I'm not going to elaborate anything that we discussed and or share, but they have witnessed that the tenant is still there, no names, but the tenant is still there, and it has gotten worse. And they have pushed everything back, and there are numerous boats there. I witnessed it, I have photos, and a shop, and there's still the drug activity in that Kealana area. We did have a contested case hearing. We did make a position, which I will not discuss openly, but the activity has gone worse. And so the successor, from my understanding, is not in present. And so there is big concerns. So this commission and this body did a contested case hearing, but it is ongoing and it is still happening. Something that I'd like to discuss further in, executive committee or with you, Mr. Chair, that how can we as a commission have done this, have made a stand in the hearing, and to have this ongoing in Nanakuli, Kealana Avenue. It is a concern of the residents. Secondly, the residents across the street, that provided a lot of the documents that department and the AG requested. She is now being threatened very highly by these people. So we put a family in a position to ask for all these documents to make a case, but they are just living in hell. They changed their whole windows to bulletproof window. Their fence and cameras are they put new fence lines, new cameras in their home to protect themselves. So it is a war zone. And I think that this commission needs to talk about it more, about from our hearing and where we're going, because we need to hold our successors responsible and accountable for their decision and holding that lease. So I just wanted to bring that attention since you brought that up. Not discussing what we did, but just the ongoing problems, Mr. Chair, that we're having out there. Like Pastor said, it's been 18 years and this body took position in a contested case, fair hearing with both parties. And I think that we need to really truly do something to clean up that area. So I wanted to bring it to the attention that I did meet the group. We are starting a neighborhood security watch in Kealana and Series 7. I reside in Series 7. And so I'm working with the Kealana group to start a police watch and to stand up and trying to clean that area, but it's difficult to pass that house in the evenings. It's very, very dangerous. It is very difficult. And so thank you, Pastor Allen, for all the work that your Neighborhood Security Watch is doing. I'm glad to hear that Mana has stepped up to revitalize the community. And I know his story, and I know that November, he'll be coming up for open sentence and things like that. But to have the individuals that come back out to the community and provide back again and seed back into our community, which we are starting a weed and seed program, it is very thankful to see that walk. So I just wanted to share that. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to bring this openly and not saying anything on our contested case, but the part where I am with my neighbor and trying to start a neighborhood security watch to make it a better, safer place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty. Randy?
Yeah, thanks, William. So yeah, I guess my question is, we did a contested case hearing. I would like to set aside some time to get an update on where we're at procedurally post contested case hearing.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't think we're prepared to do it now.
Yeah,
But
but we can set aside some time for that, because that's really key to moving to the next step. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Okay,
Randy.
thank you, Ellen. We're moving forward. Not
Thank you,
as
Chair.
fast
Thank
as-
you, Commissioners. Mahalo.
Aloha. Gracie. Is Gracie Gomes? Okay, there you go. Or. Okay, so I think you guys went flip a coin and you guys want to go for it. Randy would like us make a statement while you get your presentation ready. Randy?
Yeah, to the Pakukalo Association, before you begin, I wanted to mahalo you on behalf of the entire body of commissioners and staff members here for that very ono meal and lunch as well, breakfast, lunch. And then, of course, Ke'eaumoku's palu. And mahalo to him for that. One day I'm going to get him drunk and get the recipe.
Yay!
Randy.
Yes, it is. All right, Gracie and Janet. And okay, triple team here. Aloha. Maybe just hold them closer to you, okay? If it's on.
Aloha mai kako,
There you go.
Chairman, Commissioners. Mahalo for having us. So on behalf of Pakokalo Hawaiian Homes, I am speaking on behalf of our president, Melissa Nama'u, pro temp, and I am Gracie Gomes, who is sitting in, vice president pro temp. And as you see, my two partners just left,
Yes.
but that's Velma Mariano and Janice Herrick.
I heard them say good luck as they was walking away.
We are here to present issues that are facing our community and our vision for the future. I would like to express again, aloha for allowing us to share. So in recent years, our community has seen the closure of our hall and the overall neglect of our park and decreased interest in our community, in our people. So our park transitioned from a safe and secure place to conditions such as a broken perimeter fence line. The park can no longer be used by our community, neighboring homesteads, and the greater community. Before 2018, our Pakokalo Park was thriving. There were team basketball, baseball, soccer games, family and community events, so well attended, even our Kuhio Ho'olaulea. See this? That's me and my family. The grass was really green at that time. This is December 2021, before no rain came to Maui. So our grass was green, but the irrigation system gave up. So we were told by DHHL that they decided it was better to shut the water off. Not just because of the drought situation on Maui Island, but because the water bill was so high. So this is what it looks like even today. Our restrooms are locked and broken. Our basketball court is unusable. In 2008, an arson fire destroyed our playground. This is a park that was intended for our community, for our kupunas, for nakiki. Our hall, Pomakai, was once always filled with programs, community events, even commissioners' meetings. It was in constant use for family and community events. As the picture shows today, the ceiling is falling down, the roof is leaking, fixtures are rusting away, and our kitchen is non-functioning. We can no longer use it to generate income for our community's needs. Since COVID, programs which service the health and wellness and social needs of our community, especially our kupunas, programs such as Alulike, Kamehameha schools came down to do ho'olauna with the community to do studies of la'au lapa'au, huinoke olapono, come for do lome with the communities, especially kupunas. These organizations want to return. Our kupunas are waiting for this to happen, but no longer possible right now. The next interest of ours is our bus stops. So since the demolition of one of two of the bus stops, due to unsafe conditions, our kids, the majority of our kikis, have to wait outside for the school buses, unsheltered, even during the rainy season. So our community now has one existing bus stop. It serves 5 schools, 112 kikis. This number of kikis we got by actually doing a survey. So that red dot is where the only bus stop is located. So for many years, we have worked toward construction of 2 additional shelters. We continue to work with the county, the land use department, to obtain necessary blueprints. And we solicited contractors willing to bid for procurement. This process is a long one, but we are close to our goal. And soon, with your kukua, can be one reality. So this is our future of what we're looking at. Updated bathrooms. That's my pickleball court. Playground. Certified kitchen. In 2020, we conducted a survey of the community for which a plan for the former armory was created. Here we see a mercantile showcasing local sellers and crafters. Mercantile where our produce eat off from out and from an aquaponics farm that we would be doing there at the community for community sustainability. We envision that 3 to 6 rental of small offices. This can consist of Pakukalu Wai'ehuko Regional Plan, which started in 2008 and was continued in 2010. So this is our vision for Pakukalu Hawaiian Homes community, and it'll become a reality when much work that we are willing to put in and we are able to do whatever must be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Comment? Comment, Randy?
Gracie, mahalo for that presentation. Nice to see you guys assembled at the table today. I know that, especially with your current board, these issues have been talked about, considered for a long time. And I enjoyed your presentation. So it feels like we may have a tentative commitment by the department to work on some of your projects. So my question to you, given all of the things you want done, which one rises to the top so we can begin focusing our efforts on your, the one that you would prioritize for your community?
We are working on the bus stop right now, and it's almost close to getting that closure. But the main focus is the park and the hall.
I'm sorry, I can't.
The park and the hall.
The park and the hall.
And the
Okay.
hall.
So the park and the hall, which one comes first between the park and the hall?
Oh, the hall gives us income. The hall,
Okay.
because we'll be able to generate money
Okay.
to be sustainable.
Okay, and the second one would be the park.
Park.
Okay, so
Yes.
that gives us something to work with. I think it's important we drill down on your priorities and then move forward from there.
We're
Okay.
already working on the bus shelters.
Okay.
We're doing a grant for that one.
Mhm.
And so most of the paperwork is completed.
Okay.
We're just waiting on bids from contractors. I've given Shelley some of the information that we have with the approval from the bus company, the DOE, as to the locations. But I understand I need to work with the department as to them approving the places that we had supposedly want to put the bus shelters. And
Just,
so,
I'm having trouble
Okay.
hearing you.
okay, so
Okay.
we put together our plan for the bus shelters.
Sure.
And so I understand through talking to some of the planners that there's the easement that we need to talk about. So even with everything that we have, we want to work with the department to make sure that we are aligned, because we want to go for a grant for this particular one.
Sure.
November is rainy season for our kids.
Okay.
I know what been done in that frame of time, but that's our thing right now to work to getting the bus shelters up.
Okay, which planner are you working with?
We were doing the grant. There's a grant out now,
Okay.
and that was the 100K, I believe, for the bus shelters.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can anybody give us a status report on that funding source?
Is this a grant through our grant process? Okay, so Gigi's,
Aloha.
all right, so Gigi's on, so she can. Gigi, can you answer the specific question, like where's that grant in the process?
We have an open grant cycle. Grant applications are due on October 6th.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, Haukukalo, is that what you're applying for? That is correct, Gigi. So we are in the process of pulling together all the necessary paperwork, the estimates, the building plans, and the consents from the various homesteaders where the bus stops are going to be located.
Can I stop you right there? Because it's very important
Mhm.
that somebody from the bus company also be included, because there are line of sight issues, right?
Correct.
So you may pick a site that, oh, look ono, but because it's not safe, they're not gonna agree to put it there.
Yeah, so the
that's-
conversation is ongoing with the bus company, so.
Okay,
Yeah, so our hope is that we'll be able to pull all of the rest of the information by the end of this week. We are drafting out, or I am drafting out the project implementation grant request for them. But as soon as we get all of that, we can finalize it with the budget, and then we'll be able to submit in time.
Okay, so that's good, that's helpful. And then beyond the bus stop, what I'm hearing is the hall and then the park, right? Okay, so we can continue meeting on those issues at another time and work with the department to come together to see what can actually be done. Okay?
So in addition, I think you also need to know, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that this new board has actually opted to begin to diligently start to build their capacity as a nonprofit organization. So we're scheduling board training, strategic planning, a review and update of their bylaws as well. So all of that is part of the ongoing desire that this new board wants, because they feel that they need to be able to have that capacity in place in order to pursue the bigger items such as the community center and the park.
So,
I'd like to add, we have an approval from the DOE and the bus company by Eric. He signed the paper and we have it. I give it to Shelley.
awesome.
And we also have a site plan that we're working on that I also gave to Shelley.
Okay, so don't write any grants to fix the ceiling tiles in the.
Yeah, we're
'cause we're-
concentrating on the
the-
project on the
The
bus.
department's gonna fix that.
Yeah.
Okay, the hall.
We'll work on it. Thank you.
Full plan.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
you cannot
it's-
say that. Oh my
Is there a timetable for the hall?
Yes, as soon as we can get the procurement done.
Is there anything we can do to help the process?
No, the procurement is part of our process, but thank you for offering.
Chair, I just have a question.
Yeah.
So, so you're putting in for a capacity grant as well as a grant for the bus stop?
No.
Not yet?
They received the capacity grant already.
Oh, they did.
I think it was the $5,000 one. No, the previous one. So, I've been working with this organization for a couple of years and assisting them identifying where the shortfalls are and then stepping in and just saying, listen, let's just get it done. We don't need to pay anybody. We'll just go ahead and get it done, get you guys up to speed. Because they've been working on these projects for years. And so it's internal skill sets that they need to build up in order to be able to pursue these things. And so that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask her, before you leave, the armory, there was reference to the armory. Is that a future land disposition request? Okay.
I also gave Shelley, we had a visioning way back in 2006 was our first grant, what the community wanted. 2008, we came over the vision plan for the armory. Shelley has that also.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of the things we're doing is we're actually taking all of these projects and prioritizing them. So, because as the board succeeds, getting the small stuff done, it builds the confidence in the community. Yeah? And so then they'll be better prepared to take on the bigger stuff.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to commend the group for taking this on. You know, it's a lot of work, a lot of work. So, you know, in our family, when things aren't doing right, Duty takes over. So appreciate it.
Much learning. Good to know that the planning department is going to be working alongside with us.
Good, very good.
And I just want to ask one last question. We are clear the Heiau is not DHHL. Okay, thank
So
you.
no money is there. It's gonna go to us.
Don't set aside money for the Heiau.
But,
Okay.
but the request was for curatorship of the Heiau? Is that where the original request came from?
No, the actual request was to do layout restoration.
Okay,
The prior board, that was one of the focuses.
all right.
Unfortunately, they have to do reform that they don't own the layout.
I see. Okay.
And so, but that item was never removed from the wish list.
So just want to be clear. So the Heiau is sitting on ELNR land?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
State park place.
Okay.
So there was talk about beautifying the entryway, which is on Hawaiian Home. There was some concerns from the adjacent levy about trespassing, homelessness. And so the discussion is to look at possibly doing a perimeter fence and some beautification along that driveway, but that is for another time.
And you know, it doesn't mean you cannot participate working in conjunction with the LNR.
Yeah.
To be in a partnership, because they have those programs as well.
Yeah.
But that's for another day, another time.
Curatorship program under state park. So,
Thank you so much.
all right, thank you very, very much.
So Chair, I had a question. So did you make a
Yes.
commitment, I mean, to help with the Pumaikai Hall? Did I hear that? That DHHL was gonna assist with the Pumaikai Hall improvements?
That is correct.
Okay. And so we have funding for this?
At the moment, yes, we do, right? I'm looking to Stuart. We have funding to repair the hall. Yes,
Okay, good. Okay, thank you so much.
thank you. Okay, next is my meeting. Oh, sorry, she went outside this one. My meeting. Aloha.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, for taking the time to hear me speak today. I did submit my statement online of the issues that we've been having with our current DHHL representative. And what we're asking is to have the transfer of current representative, just so that we can have our due process.
You are requesting that the department process a transfer? Is that a successorship issue?
No, we're having a representative issue with our current rep with DHHL that we've been working with.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you. Could speak closer to the microphone?
We've been having a issue with our current representative with DHHL. We started our process of the lease transfer approximately of October of 2021
okay,
last
okay.
year.
Okay, this is in Waimanalo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think we have. Okay, so let me check with staff. I do think there's movement on that and we can communicate with you.
Because my only issue is that we've spoken with our representative's boss, Russ, who also connected with us, but did not have any recognition or acknowledgement of the delays or reason why we've had problematic delays with our current rep. So I understand that he said that it would be addressed, but that was several months ago and we're still experiencing the exact same delays.
Correct. I mean, we couldn't address it several months ago, but we're in the process of addressing it now.
Okay, no, I understand that. I am just saying is that his current response as of yesterday and the last few days has been to not acknowledge the problems that we've been experiencing with our representative. And in that time process of the delays, my father, who was in the title, has passed as he was trying to do the sale process prior to his passing. And we are currently still experiencing health issues with no recognition or acknowledgement or response from our current representative.
Yeah, so the issue is much more complex than I think most issues. We are receiving advice from our attorneys to reconcile it to your satisfaction. So that is the current situation. If that hasn't been communicated to you as of yet, we will follow up with future communication.
Okay, that's all we're asking for because we're just one Hawaiian family that's just trying to give another Hawaiian family the opportunity to have this option. And we have not had any kind of communication regarding that or the problems we've been facing. So you saying so is the first acknowledgement of it. And I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a unique situation where we have new information from a legal standpoint. So we're going to work our way through it. And it
Is the
should be
legal
resolved.
point regarding the timeline?
I can't say that without having the attorneys brief me on where we are at the latest. We'll shoot for as quickly as we can because we know the timing issue that you face.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank
All
you.
right.
Mr. Chair,
Thank
can I
you.
just say something?
Yes, you
And I
may.
just want to say something. Thank you, Ms. Ho, for being on the J agenda. And I just wanted to send condolences to your father, Wilson Ho. We worked throughout the years. He spent 30 years of serving on the Waimanalo Neighborhood Board. And my condolences to you and your family of the loss of your father. I understand that your mom is not doing too well herself due to her illness. And so listening to our chair and sharing that he will assist you in the sale, I guess, of the Waimanalo home. And we can see that moving forward. So I just wanted to share that to you today. Thank you, and be a little more patient. I know our chair is addressed that he'll look into it, and we want to. I know there are concerns to do this before mom gets extremely ill and her time left too. So my condolences, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for assisting the Ohana in Waimanalo. Thank you, Ms. O.
Thank you, Patty. Aloha. Okay,
Aloha.
Our last J agenda item, hopefully she's done with the seaworm. Blossom. And what? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Chair. First of all, mahalo for the patience today. It was kind of exciting for me, but we were able to accomplish our goals. So able to testify in support of the original allocation of the water for Upcountry and Pulehunui. And we were informed that decision-making will, if not next month, it'll definitely be in November. So yeah, thank you for the time for me to be able to do that. So, throughout this meeting, we've been constantly hearing about the need to figure out a way to help our beneficiaries be prepared and get ready. And so what I wanted to share with you is when I was at the Hawaiian Community Assets, we had developed what we call a beneficiary readiness program that started with a financial assessment to determine what their needs were, what their challenges were, develop a plan to address those challenges to make them successful. And then based on their income, we also sought out other types of innovative programs from other institutions like USDA, Enterprise, other nonprofits that were doing the same kind of work that we were doing to come up with a program that would not be successful, but to help the beneficiaries be successful. And so we launched in 1999 with the process that started with Waiuku Phase 2. And we walked ourselves through the process. As beneficiaries, we could do that. And we identified all of the potential obstacles in that process, brought it back to beneficiaries and took those obstacles and turned them into a step in the right path, right? You had credit issues, get them on a credit repair plan, on a budget, right? And throughout the entire process, we ran them through a mortgage assessment process to determine where they were qualifying, how much they were qualifying for based on current income. And then using that information to identify down payment assistance programs, other savings programs like the individual development account program, where you save $1, you can be matched with anything from $3 to $5, but you walk away from the program with $10,000 in the bank to assist with down payment and closing costs. We took them through a 12-hour workshop, which included a 3-hour overview on the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and their responsibilities as beneficiaries. And the result was that in Waipo Phase 3, there was 113 lots made available, both vacant and turnkey. We filled the room with 359 qualified beneficiaries in rank order. And the reason why I say this is that number 2 got a lot on a wait list. 81 years old, retired bass player, musician, whose son was a firefighter. Everett Dowling, who was a developer, was so impressed with the number of qualified beneficiaries that we had, that he negotiated another project with the department almost immediately. That was Waiako 4. We had another 287 fully qualified beneficiaries to stand in line for that. And immediately after that was Leali'i. We had another 259 qualified beneficiaries for those lots. So we had enough qualified beneficiaries that exceeded the amount of lots that were made available. And there was no downside in the process because they were already fully qualified and eligible for programs. So we sent them into the real world and they all were able to purchase fee simple. So we know the important, we've learned that you need to get to the beneficiaries before the announcement comes out, right? The more time we have, the more solid they are when it's time to stand in line to receive a lot. And so as we move forward in trying to figure out the best way to help our beneficiaries stand up, I would like to ask the commission to keep that kind of scenario in mind where when the beneficiary, for example, when an applicant is approved, one of the things that we would like the department to do is to actually refer this beneficiary to a nonprofit housing organization to start that beneficiary readiness process, right? We have anywhere from 23 to 28,000 applicants on a wait list. I'm not real even sure of what number is accurate. But if we as nonprofits don't reach out to the beneficiary wait list, right? Our beneficiaries will continue to defer a lot award because they're just not ready. What we want to see is more beneficiaries stand in line than on the side. Okay. And I'm not only advocating, I am employed as Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. And we do have a financial literacy program that we deploy because we have a construction loan program, right? But there are other HUD certified housing organizations in the state of Hawaii that can do what we've done with our beneficiaries. And so I'm not sure how we can play that in, but whether it's a condition of approval of their application or whatever, but clearly there needs to be some kind of a way that we can help our beneficiaries, both from the community side and the department side, to help them stand up and be ready. And it goes across the board, right? Whether it's residential, ag, or pastoral, and Kuleana is one of them, right? So, you know, whatever help we can provide to sit down with the department and try and create this program and figure out a way to deploy it effectively is something I think that we really need to start considering.
Okay, appreciate that offer. We will
Okay.
keep that in mind when that, as we develop the individual beneficiary benefits program. Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
you.
Wait.
So just a comment, Blossom. So what you described is a model of success. What you're asking based on that success is how can you partner or agencies, entities like you partner with us in order to create a more successful model? Yeah, that's what you're
Yes.
asking.
So for
Okay.
example, Hawaiian Community Assets and Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement is vendors of the department. And yet, and one of the part of contract requirements is servicing beneficiaries on a wait list. Problem, we don't have access. So we're on our own having to go knock on doors, check Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, to try and find these people, right? And so that takes up a lot of time, right? And money to be able to track people down.
I think in the past, the challenge has been not being able to provide a list to you, but I think a way around it is Cedric has gotten really, really good at getting information out. So
Correct.
maybe it's taking the information that you're requesting, putting it in our envelopes and sending it out.
Yes, that would be very helpful. I mean, because right now, we don't have, these organizations have no way of contacting them without some assistance from the department. So,
I think that's something that's reasonably
so
achievable.
we can talk, yeah?
I would also point out that, all of the rental assistance programs that the department put out, that was a requirement.
Mhm.
So we have touched a number of
Okay.
applicants.
So we can explore and come up with a partnership.
Yes.
Okay. That's the assignment. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Chair, maybe, thinking out of the box is maybe a way to do this without, because I know there's a problem giving information out to another organization, private information, but maybe advertising through our website that these entities are out there. And if you're on the wait list and you want to prepare yourself, then make that contact. Maybe that advertising through our website will open up some doors, have people calling you directly.
Yeah,
Or
that would be
any
helpful.
organization.
Yeah.
That would help in addition to some funding to meet the demand.
Right.
Okay, I read between the lines. All right, thank you, Blossom.
Thank you.
Okay, so there are two more agenda items. Jermaine Myers. Hello, Jermaine.
I just waiting for approval from Leah. I don't have video right now. She hasn't allowed me video access. Okay,
Hold on a second. We're working on it.
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Am I able to share screen?
Yep.
Okay, can I get permission for that as well? Okay, so share screen one. Okay, screen one. Okay, can you see my screen, commissioners?
A little small. Can you make it larger?
Oh, okay. Okay, can you see it now?
One more.
Okay, one more. Okay, right there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Aloha Chair Ayla, Commissioners, DHHL staff, and Lahui. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee and beneficiary for beneficiary advocacy and empowerment. Mahalo Chair for allowing me this time to address the commissioners. I come respectfully and with love. Aloha to all of you. Commissioners, I've asked to address issues affecting the $600 million appropriations. Most importantly, how the Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings, what we're doing today, affect all aspects of the $600 million appropriations and all aspects of DHHL lands, properties, and our people, Native Hawaiian lessees, beneficiaries, successors, and waitlisters. In addressing my concerns about the Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings, I will highlight two critical laws affecting all Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings: Sunshine Law and Administrative Law. So as I shared with you, I'm going to highlight in Sunshine Law 92.4 executive meetings, 92.9 minutes, and 92.13 penalties. I'm gonna change the page and scroll down. My apologies. It's just trying to keep it at a bigger size. 92.4 discusses executive session, executive meetings and the laws regarding it. A board may hold a meeting close to the public pursuant to 92.4 for one or more of the following purposes. And there are 8 specific purposes, commissioners. And in all of them, only one allows you to make decisions upon a matter. So I'll go back to number 1 and number 2 on the first part. And number 1 allows you to consider and evaluate. Number 2 allows you to consider. Number 3, to deliberate. Number 4, to consult. Number 5, to investigate. Number 6, to consider. Number 7, to consider. But only number 8 does it allow you to deliberate or make a decision upon a matter that requires the consideration of information that must be kept confidential, only pursuant to a state or federal law or a court order. And further, in 92.5B, it says, in no instant shall the board make a decision or deliberate toward a decision in an executive meeting on matters not directly related to the purposes specified in subsection A, which I went through 1 through 8. Later on, I would go through the administrative law, which also talks about executive session as well. I will go to the next page, which talks about the minutes. It's at the bottom here. And the minutes says that the minutes shall give a true reflection of the matters discussed at the meeting and the views of the participants. It states that the minutes shall be made available to the public within 40 days after the meeting. And the next section is what I really want to talk to you about because it's a concern for me. At the bottom, I've highlighted provided that minutes, okay? So as far as sharing it with the public, except where such disclosure would be inconsistent with 92.5, provided that the minutes, executive meetings may be withheld so long as their publication would defeat the lawful purpose of the executive meeting, but no longer. The lawyer from Office of Information Practice told me that the executive minutes must be made available to the public when it no longer had served its purpose for why it was kept in executive session. Commissioners, I'll go to the next page, which says the penalties. Any person who willfully violates any provisions of this part shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction may be summarily removed from the board unless otherwise provided by law. Where I'm sharing with you about executive session minutes, I want to share with you OHA agenda. And I shared one from 2020, so it should show you how the agenda actually shows approval of minutes regarding open session, but also regarding executive session, which I never see in DHHL meetings. Can you see how it says approval of minutes for January 23rd, 2020? That's regarding an open session minutes that was available to the public. But it's mandatory that you say executive session whenever you are going to discuss and review the minutes for its approval by the commissioners. As you can see, executive session, you have to say what you're doing in executive session, and approval of minutes for January 23rd, 2020 is noted in there. I'm concerned that I've never seen the approval of executive session meeting minutes on any agenda during Joby's chairmanship or now Chair Ila's chairmanship. And that is a violation. Now I'd like to share with you administrative law. Title 10 administrative rules is administrative law. I checked with the legal lawyers about what it means, administrative rules. Here in sessions 10 to, I'll make it bigger, 10.2.2 sessions, on the next page, it says, unless otherwise permitted under Chapter 92 HRS, no contract, appointment, or decision shall be finally acted upon at any such executive session. So it also says in here in administrative law, what must be done during executive commission meeting, but most importantly, in executive session. 10.2.8 is on the next page. Order of business. The agenda shall state the order of business to be conducted by the commission at its meetings. 10.2.9 talks about suspension of discussion of agenda items. I used to see this done by other chairmen before Joby, but it stopped for some reason. But it says here, the commission, for good cause by majority vote, may suspend the discussion of any item, meaning stop the order, any item on the agenda, and its discretion, the commission shall continue discussion after all of the other agenda items have been completed, and or shall continue the discussion at no later than the next regular scheduled meeting. And that's why I was concerned about this morning's one being out of order or order of business as it's defined in administrative law. 10.2.12, time allowed at commission meetings. I just want to highlight persons who have requested to appear before the commission at its meeting as provided in section 211, which I asked for in J agenda, will have 15 minutes to present such information, data, material, and testimony relevant to and as set forth in the requests. And then here in the minutes, 10.2.13, a running account of all proceedings of each meeting of the commission shall be kept in as complete detail as is reasonably possible. And the minutes shall be submitted by the chairman for approval at the next regular meeting, And upon approval, the chairman shall sign and enter the date of approval upon the minutes. And the chairman shall also note thereon any changes ordered before approval and shall communicate them to the district office managers or in the minutes, summary of the minutes. All approved minutes shall be made available for inspection according to the law, which would be 40 days after the meeting. 10.2.16, delegation of duties to chairman. It's really, really important to me that the commissioners have the power of the commission and of the department. 10.2, delegation of duties to chairman. It states that it is the desire of the commission that functions and duties administrative in nature be delegated to the chairman, and duties requiring the exercise of judgment or discretion continue to reside with the commission. That is really important to me. Now moving on to the, again, there's a section C and it says subject to the provision of section 10.2.17, the chairman may, and it discussed these 4 items, but what it says, it may, it has to be ratified by the commission. D is where I wanted to highlight, and I was trying to speak about at the last meeting. The chairman or a designee may approve and sign contracts under $25,000, which are included in the commission's prior approved budget. This is in the spirit of the commission has the authority. And then again here, one of the things, I had reached out to Commissioner Russell and I never received a response. It says here in 10.2.18, responsibility of commissioners. It is the responsibility of each commissioner to, and in number 4, be available to lessees in the representative area at reasonable times. So my 3 commissioners are Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Pauline, and Commissioner Patty. And then again, in 10.2.19, the duties of the commission as trustee, these 4 specific items is actually related to trust law. It's defined in trust law, which I spoke to Mililani Trask about in Olelo first Friday. I went over in detail about these 4 specific items when it comes to trust law with DHHL or with OHA. And basically the administrative law is reiterating trust law, which talks about the 4 things that are the duties of commissioners as trustees. And then I think I'm on the last page already. Yes. It was important to me to discuss the Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting and how I've been concerned about minutes being missing, executive sessions minutes are not available or haven't been agendized for approval by the commission. It's important to me because all this money and all this land and all these people are affected in these meetings. So these rules, these laws, sunshine law and administrative law were made in order to protect us, the beneficiaries, that things are followed in such a manner. And most especially because the Supreme Court made a declaration that it is in the best interest of the public that all things concerning public matters and in a public agency be made open and available to the public. So that's why I've been very passionate about bringing these concerns to you. In the budget, I saw that Voices of America was in there, but I didn't see Ulu Kekukui, even though it was a concern that it was meant for the public from 2008 to 2018, but then it's supposed to go for the waitlisters from 2018. But then DHHL decided to, use it for Ohana zoning, homeless zoning, Ohana zoning, homeless zoning funds. And for the last 4 years, my concern is when is it gonna get Ulu Kekukui, as it's been promised to, and I've gone to meetings, when is it gonna come to the waitlisters? It was also at one point 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. It was told to us that it was going to be changed to 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Then I see in the last meeting that you asked to take over $2 million and put it into, something that was zoned for commercial and only going to allow 9 people to get a home versus this Ulu Kekukui is going to have 20. And so I was concerned about enforcement, concerned about abandoned homes on DHHL being sufficient, DHHL to go to waitlisters, and then also sufficient staff. And then I just heard you say to Blossom about funding, Chair, that, but you have 60 million that you could allocate towards what you were just saying to Blossom about funding being available to help with the waitlisters be notified, etc. So these are the concerns that I had, commissioners, and I hope that I can continue to see, or I can now see change and compliance with these laws, administrative law and sunshine law. And that's all I have to share with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jermaine. We have taken your presentation into consideration, and there are efforts to bring the executive minutes up to speed and up to update. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
We have Brandon and Ian.
Aloha. Aloha,
Aloha.
Chair. Aloha, Commissioners. I apologize for the sound if the sound is weird. I'm testifying from New York, but I thought it was really important that I be here to kind of present what we've been doing. My name is Brandon Maka'awava. I'm the president of Napoi Kokua. In 1994, Bank of America made a commitment to the Federal Reserve that they would loan $150 million in FHA 247 loans to our beneficiaries. Now, back then, it pretty much equated to almost 2,000 homes. And 150 million then and 150 million today is two different things. And so we lost a lot of that opportunity where, we could have built up equity in our communities for almost 30 years. This commitment was skated around by Bank of America. They played politics, and they were able to get one administration to kind of let them off the hook in 2007 with a letter from Ben Henderson, which did not get any approval from the commissioners. And so it was illegal. And that was reiterated in 2012 when Alapaki was the head, and he actually wrote to Bank of America to say that the commitment has not been fulfilled, and it still remains to this day. And I believe that is DHHL's understanding as well. We've tried to get politicians involved to solve this issue. We've tried to get a whole bunch of people involved, and this is Bank of America, gang, and they just don't play by the same rules as all of us. And so we've actually had to take our fight to federal court. And so our nonprofit organization has been represented by some lawyers. And we actually sued Bank of America earlier this year for that failed commitment under a RICO lawsuit. And we're suing for the lost opportunity that our people failed to recoup almost 30 years ago. And we're suing them for $840 million. And to me, that's peanuts. But it's a start. And because it's a RICO lawsuit, if they lose, they have to pay us triple. So that comes out to about $2.4 billion that can go to our community to provide homes, to provide land, all types of stuff. And so we have that lawsuit going right now. We filed an additional lawsuit 1 month later for fraudulent foreclosures that Bank of America has been doing to our people here in Hawaii, as well as Florida. But this issue all started was from redlining. Bank of America tried to come into the Hawaiian market back in 1994, and they were redlining against our people. And we brought that up to the Federal Reserve Board at the time, the leadership of Napoi Kukua, and the Federal Reserve actually ordered them to fulfill this commitment. So this is not from DHHL or the state of Hawaii. This is from the Federal Reserve. And so, redlining is still going on in Hawaii. This is what Ian is going to present as soon as I'm done presenting. But we did a preliminary report on the 4 major banks here and how they're lending to our beneficiaries. And it's not good, gang. And they can have all the excuses in the world. We need the loans. If the legislature and Chair Ayla and the administration work so hard to get this $600 million out to our people, if they don't meet us halfway with the loans, we cannot accomplish this. And I talked to one of the bank, actually the CEO of HEI. His name is Scott Sue, and he's a native Hawaiian. And I asked him at the Native Hawaiian Convention, did he realize that this is happening? He was talking all good about what HEI is doing, ESG and all that, but they danced around the issue of what they were doing as far as their bank and to our beneficiaries. And I tried to schedule a meeting with him, but he probably Googled my name and my organization, and we probably got put on the blackball list or whatever. But I just want you folks to know that we're not done holding Bank of America accountable. And when I met with Deputy Chair Tyler, I let him know that it's not just the administration and the commission that has to do the work to get out there to help our beneficiaries, but it's the beneficiaries ourselves, because I'm a beneficiary. And I'm not going to just leave it to DHHL and our commissioners who do all the work. We getting in there, we getting our hands dirty. This is all volunteer work. Ian has been doing this, for almost as long as his kids have been alive. So has Auntie Blossom. And so, this is tough work, but gang, we have traction. We just need your guys' support. And so I'm going to hand it off to Ian so he can present you guys the report. But mahalo.
Okay, mahalo. You need to load anything up, or are you good? Okay. Yes, try to speak a little bit closer. Okay. Said, try now.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you, Brandon. My name is Ian Chan Hodges. And like Brandon said, we've been working on this for a long time with Bank of America. With their commitment they made to Hawaiian homelands. And as Brandon was talking about, there's a lawsuit filed that the organization Apoi Kukua, that he's the president of, that's been working this for almost 30 years, filed at the end of May. And basically it's a racketeering lawsuit against Bank of America. And it's seeking $848 million in damages. And like he said, because it's a racketeering lawsuit, the actual damages, whatever is decided by the courts, will be triple that. But what I did want to focus on that Brandon brought up, since he had an opportunity to talk to the CEO of HEI, is just this report that I think is the last item in your packet, but also on the screen there. This is a preliminary report of the redlining by Hawaii's 4 largest banks on Hawaiian homelands. And as you're probably aware, the Fair Housing Act actually prohibits redlining. And it goes all the way back to, 50 or 60 years ago. And there's an initiative with the Biden administration in October of this past year. The Biden administration started this initiative in the Department of Justice, combating redlining initiative. It's going to be working in partnerships with the U.S. attorney's offices in every state. And basically, the way redlining works, or the way it did work before, was that banks would actually just draw a line around certain neighborhoods, mostly they're African-American neighborhoods, and say, we're not going to lend here. And in this case, the investigations our Department of Justice is doing on the mainland and some other federal agencies, they usually have to do a lot of statistical analysis to sort of figure this out, because there's very few neighborhoods that it's only African-Americans or only Latinos or wherever it is. With Hawaiian homelands, it's actually pretty easy. If it's Hawaiian homelands, there's Hawaiians living on there. And if you actually don't offer loans in Hawaiian homelands, like 3 of the 4 largest banks in Hawaii don't offer any loans at all. And for the past 10 years, 3 of the 4 largest banks have done nothing. But even the bank that's actually done the most, still it's a small fraction of what it should be doing, given its size. And if you look at the first page there, that's up on the screen, Hawaii's 4 largest banks represent a very significant amount of the market, and have done only 6% of all Hawaiian homelands loans over 28 years. And they have 95% of the Hawaii banking market, and combined assets of 64.5 billion. I was just looking it up while I was sitting back there, and their combined profits last year were about $640 million in profits. And we've actually had the opportunity, as Brandon mentioned, to talk to some of the senior management at 2 of the 4 biggest banks, including the one that's doing the best job. And just talking about what can they do, and particularly with the market opportunity of the $600 million that you folks are working on, they have a market opportunity. It's not the best way for them to make money, maybe, but it's certainly they can still make money off of it. So there's that aspect of looking at having them be able to really accelerate what they've been doing, especially the ones that have been doing nothing. The other part about it too, if you look at the banking industry, is the fact that, I have a mortgage. Brandon actually just paid off his mortgage, fortunately for him. But if I stop paying my mortgage, there'd be penalties for me to pay. If I stop paying my credit card debt, I'd pay all these penalties. So for the banks to actually go ahead and not do this lending for decades, it's not just that they should start the lending back up again. They should actually have to pay some kind of penalty. And back in 1998 was the deadline for Bank of America to finish that $150 million. They were doing a $54 billion merger with Nations Bank. And so we went to them, and back then Kaitana was governor, different head of the department, and basically said, you guys owe a late fee. And part of that late fee actually ended up starting Hawaiian Community Assets. But we basically said, look, you're late, you owe a late fee. And so basically when Brandon talked about the damages of $848 million, that's basically taking that late fee and all the impact that you have of considering you have 1,000+ Hawaiian families who are now very close to paying off, 28 years, very close to paying off the mortgage. What is the impact of that over almost 30 years? So that's how that number was arrived at. And if you look back at what the 4 largest banks here are doing or not doing, one of the questions that it comes up is what kind of late fee do they owe for not lending into home loans? And what can they do now to work with the department and work with the beneficiaries to actually help you folks do the work you're doing with the $600 million and everything else you're doing to step up and actually help with the.
Can I ask you a question before I lose
Sure.
my train of thought? So, not counting the Bank of America, what requirement sits out there for First Hawaiian Bank, Bank of Hawaii, American Savings Bank, and CPB during that time frame? What requirement is there for them to be more than 6%? Is there a requirement out there?
They're basically under the Fair Housing Act because they don't. So there's a question of like, what is the market, right? And so this preliminary report we did sort of showed, and again, it's preliminary, but it kind of showed, given their market size, what they should have done. So, you know, if you look at some of the charts, you go next one. So, yeah. Thanks, Cedric. So you look at there, the Central Pacific Bank, that kind of estimates that over that period of time, they probably, given the market size and kind of what they're doing in mortgage market, they probably should have done 155 million. They did 3.2 million.
Okay.
And then the requirement, you know, to answer your question, is basically the Fair Housing Act. Because if you call right now, like I've banked with one of these banks for 20 plus years. And so you call them and say, hey, you know, did you do loans on Hawaiian homelands? And they say, no, we don't. That right there is redlining. It would just be like saying, you know, we don't do loans in Detroit because a lot of Black people live there. So they can't not do loans on Hawaiian homelands, and they don't.
Okay, got it.
Can I follow-up question? So,
Sure.
so that chart that was just up, that 3.2, that's actual lending they did on Hawaiian homeland.
That's lending under the FHA 247 program.
But your analysis or your claim isn't related to how many requests were made for lending that they denied. It's just the fact that that's the raw number that they ended up doing, right?
Right. And if actually, Cedric, you can scroll down slightly more.
Well, what if beneficiaries
Right there.
sought 3.2 million of financing and American Savings Bank did all of it? Would that avoid your claim?
Well, so that's a good question. So the lending that was done over this period of time, just with the FHA 247, was 1.4 billion. So there was a market there, right? And I think right now the department has about $500 million about that in that program for about 2,900 loans. I think I remember. But basically, part of the Fair Housing Act, I think I'm getting to your question, but part of the Fair Housing Act is that you actually have to like be out there doing it.
You have to actively pursue this business.
Exactly.
You can't just, it's not based upon denying
Right.
applications.
I mean,
for
that's also illegal, but
Yeah.
you know, you can't, but if you don't have a program at all, that's the worst. But even if you do have a program, like one of the four banks actually does lending, right, on the Hawaiian homelands, but given its size, it
should be doing more.
It should be doing a lot more.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And so basically, just to sort of sum up the thing, there's a gap right now of about 1.4 billion dollars like over that period of time. And not sort of ready to come out the exact figure, but if you look at what Bank of America's liability is, the liability of these other banks is actually pretty high. And I think from our perspective, because this is, you know, Bank of America is not even in Hawaii anymore, because these four banks, you know, employ a lot of people that we, you know, our relatives, like a lot of people in the community. To me, and this is kind of what Brandon was saying to Scott, is you guys should really be sitting down at the table, you know, with the department, with the beneficiaries, and figuring out how can we resolve this problem. We're sorry this happened. Let's make this right. Thank you.
Any other question? Just to let you know, at least two of the banks have reached out to us.
Oh, good.
So American Savings Bank, we've had discussions with them, and CPB at a higher level, but not down to the, so there are two banks that have.
That's good. That's good to hear. Thank you, Chair.
Have started.
Ian, you know, one thing, did we have an ask for the commission if they could support our report?
Yeah, one of the things we wanted to do is to sort of inform you guys, I know this is not a decision-making agenda item, right? But to let you know that we are going to move forward with this report and sort of do more details to it. And we've, like Brandon said, we did have a chance to talk to the Deputy Gomes about this and exchange information and be able to work with you guys and have your support in this report coming out. Because I think just the report itself, I think will actually get the banks. We already know it's getting the bank's attention. You mentioned that, but be able to sort of work with the commission, work with the department on sort of getting all the facts together so we know what we're dealing with and having your support in that. That'd be great.
Okay, that's the ask I heard him say. So we'll have to get together and consider that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One more question.
Thank you.
So how critical is it to or how important is it to your claim that I'm guessing in the typical redlining violation claim, you're talking about mortgages on fee interest property versus Hawaiian homes being leasehold properties. Does that make a difference or not really?
It does make a difference, but the fact that there are the federal programs available, I mean, there aren't the loans themselves are not that high risk because
They're backed.
because they're backed up, right? As you guys know.
Okay.
So it's not really an issue. There may be an issue with, part of the issue, I guess, is that you can't, if you do an FHA 247 loan or one of the other ones, you can't spin it off into the secondary market. Like you can't package as easily like the banks do. So it's not as easy for them. But as someone I was talking to who's a former executive of one of the banks, he was saying, it's just paperwork. Once you figure out how to do it, you can do it. Right,
So I just want to, I think, make a statement about your statement. So it's not that higher risk. It's not that higher risk from the bank's perspective because either FHA or we're going to back it up. It is from our perspective because we're sitting on somewhere between half $500 million and 600 million. There is a risk for the trust right now.
exactly.
On this one.
And I think one thing that the banks could actually help with, and some other entities could help with too, is to, because they haven't done this in so long, is to work on a program with you folks to step in and help you take some of that risk. Because that's their business is to take on risk, right? So that's just a thought.
Or HUD, taking a bigger step, a bigger portion of the risk. That would be another way to-
Exactly.
Okay,
All right. Thank you, Chair.
thank you.
Thank you, members.
Any other questions?
Just a comment, Ian, mahalo for staying engaged with this very big issue, Brandon as well. We appreciate the briefing. I guess we'll have to talk about what kind of support we can provide, but we'll have to have that deeper discussion. But thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I also want to put on my glasses so I can see.
Thank you.
I want to thank Brandon also. And Ian, before you leave, I want to just thank you for all of the other work that you do on the environmental side and trying to make Hawaii, keep Hawaii the special place that it is. I want to thank you for that. Okay,
Yeah.
commissioners, we have reached the end of our agenda.
We have no more seats.
Okay, so everybody knows the next commission meeting, everybody knows the contested case schedule. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anybody object to adjourning this meeting? Seeing none, we're good. Right, there are planes to catch, so drive safely.